Respected Vice President ICAP, dear guests and members, Assalamu alaikum. I, Iman will welcome you all to the workshop on dynamics of forensic investigations.
ईमान एक मिनट रुक जाओ.
Yes, sir.
ईमान एक मिनट रुक जाओ, लोगों को ज्वाइन कर लेने दो, लोग आ रहे हैं. Just wait for 2 minutes.
Okay.
Just wait for 2 minutes. Let people join.
मोबाइल साइलेंट पे है सबके.
जी ईमान स्टार्ट कर दे. ईमान आप म्यूट पे हैं.
Respected Vice President ICAP, dear guests and members, Assalamu alaikum. I, Iman, will welcome you all on the dynamics or workshop of dynamics forensic investigations in digital era. It has been organized by the SMP Committee ICAP. This workshop aims to equip participants with a comprehensive understanding of workplace fraud and its significance within their organization and specific roles. We have assembled distinguished figures from CA fraternity who will be imparting their slides today. I hope this will be an informative session for us all. Now we are commencing our program with the recitation of Holy Quran.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الرحمن علم القرآن خلق الإنسان علمه البيان. الشمس والقمر بحسبان والنجم والشجر يسجدان. والسماء رفعها ووضع الميزان ألا تطغوا في الميزان وأقيموا الوزن بالقسط ولا تخسروا الميزان. والأرض وضعها للأنام فيها فاكهة والنخل ذات الأكمام والحب ذو العصف والريحان. فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان. خلق الإنسان من صلصال كالفخار وخلق الجان من مارج من نار فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان
Jazakallah. Now, following with the agenda, I would like to call on the virtual platform Mr. Asad Firoz, Vice President and Chairman, SMP Committee ICAP. He is in practice and partner of Junaidri Shoaib Asad Chartered Accountants and independent member of Morrison Global. Stage over to you.
Assalamu alaikum everyone. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable past Presidents ICAP, Council Member Madam Khurshid Kotwal, our esteemed lead panelist for today and presenter, Mr. Zishan Shahid, our other presenters who have joined today, members, affiliates, and guests. A very good morning to all of you. At SMP Committee, we have been actually thinking about forensic investigations for a long time now. The members of SMP Committee knew that I put this in the agenda almost 6-8 months ago, after we successfully completed our initiative of SMG Skill Enhancement Series that was actually focused to only external audit. So we thought that we have to go to the areas which are other than external audit as well, because we need to improve the skill set of our members, not only practicing members, the members who want to come to practice, or maybe the other side, on the industry side as well. Forensic investigation, we thought that this is a very good step, because nowadays what local owners like is an extensive sort of an internal audit, and that actually entails more towards a forensic investigation in many cases. And then there are many other avenues that our lead presenter will be talking about, because this is a huge area that is available for the members. And the whole idea is to give you awareness and to improve your skill set on this very important area. In this modern era, the chartered accountants in forensic investigations role has significantly increased, and it has become indispensable. We have seen so many forensic investigations actually asked by the regulator to be done by the chartered accountants. So financial experts serve as the guardians of the financial integrity and play a pivotal role in uncovering financial misdeeds and ensuring that the justice prevails. Chartered accountants being unique, and they bring a skill set to the world of forensic investigations that is not there before. With their deep understanding of financial systems, accounting principles, auditing standards, they are well equipped to detect financial irregularities, fraud, and embezzlement. In a sense, they act as financial detectives, meticulously examining financial records, transactions, and statements to identify discrepancies and malpractices. Furthermore, in an age where economic and financial crimes are becoming more sophisticated, chartered accountants are at the forefront, leveraging advanced technology, analytics to trace financial trails, uncover hidden assets, and complex financial schemes. Their expertise in data analysis and forensic accounting allows them to provide invaluable insights into the financial. But the role of chartered accountants in forensic investigations goes beyond just the numbers and spreadsheets. They often serve as the expert witnesses in legal proceedings, providing credible and impartial testimony that helps judges and juries make informed decisions. Their ability to communicate complex financial matters in a more comprehensible manner is vital for ensuring justice is served. Moreover, we chartered accountants adhere to a strict code of ethics as approved by IFAC and ICAP and the professional standards, ensuring the highest level of integrity in our work. The commitment to impartiality and objectivity is paramount in maintaining the credibility of forensic investigation and upholding the principles of justice. In a nutshell, chartered accountants can become the unsung heroes in the realm of financial investigations, forensic investigations. Their expertise ethical values, and dedication to unraveling financial mysteries contribute significantly to the pursuit of truth and accountability. In the modern day era, where financial misconduct can have far reaching consequences, chartered accountants can be instrumental in safeguarding financial integrity and ensuring that those who engage in wrongdoing are held accountable. I hope that this workshop will help all participants to have great insights of the topic. We have a very seasoned forensic investigations expert, Mr. Zishan Said, as lead presenter, who will be sharing his knowledge and experiences throughout the day and tomorrow as well in different sessions. We also have today Mr. Masood Parvez from Masood and Company, who would be doing the last session for the day. Our lineup for tomorrow will again be Mr. Zishan Shahid. Then we will be having Mr. Faizan Irshad, who is basically head of forensics of ABL. He will be giving a different perspective. And then we will have Mr. Tahir Sharif, who is a partner at FAF Ferguson and Company, very experienced and seasoned professional in this field as well. Mr. Amir Rana, who is a director at the Beacon House Group. And apart from this, we will be having a panel discussion from these speakers. And we will also be including Mr. Zishan Abed, who is a partner at Parker Russell, and Mr. Anil Peter, who is a partner at Peter. So the idea is to give you a whole sum of whatever the lead forensic investigators or the forensic investigation experts are thinking, how they want the thing to be done, how this assignment would be done, it would be delivered, what are the pros, cons, what are the challenges, and then we are going to give you a lot of practical aspects by the lead presenter himself and by different people who are working in different sides of actually this forensic investigations. Last but not the least, I think this event would not have been possible without the kind support of our chairperson DAB and our council member, Madam Khurshid Kotwal. She has absolutely been instrumental in the last 1.5 years as far as I am working with her in the council. DAB has been an absolute success with our data analytics program and on the digital auditor, the certificate that we are doing, and it is happening very close as well to this program. And then we had very successful digital awards as well. And these are the ideas that have been taken up from DAP, and that has actually helped us as council to achieve our vision in reference to the technological awareness and technological advancements and upskilling the skills of our members and students alike. So there has been a lot of role played by the DAP and the team, and obviously Khurshid is the person who has been helping us in actually arranging this. Before this event, DAB actually conducted 2 events. So we are thankful to Khurshid again for her time and the energy and the zeal she brings up, and she makes everybody work in that direction. And this was actually a big support for us. I would wish you have great sessions of learning. Online workshop is tough. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Asad Firoz, for such insightful opening remarks. Let's move forward this meticulous event. Now I will request Ms. Khurshid Kotwal, Council Member and Chairperson DAB, ICAP, for her keynote on the role of technology in modern forensic investigation. Mrs. Kotwal has a unique and rich experience of 30 years as a business leader of FMCG and local companies, food, home and personal care, textiles, pharmaceuticals, logistics, asset management company, academia, and not-for-profit organization. Please welcome Ms. Khurshid Kotwal. Ma'am, please open your mic. The stage is all yours.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Sorry, there was a slight glitch out here, and I hope you can hear my voice.
Yes, you are audible.
Honorable Vice President, Mr. Asad Feroz, members of the SMP Committee, Mr. Zishan Shahid, Speaker, today's main speaker, and all those speaking today, honorable speakers, and friends and colleagues from the fraternity and the business community. A very warm welcome to all of you. It is indeed my privilege to speak to you all on the role of technology in modern forensic investigation. In today's fast-paced digital era, transactions and communication are mostly taking place online. The traditional banking system has benefited humans for generations. But things have changed, and now the digital banking system is very much active. Recently, I opened a bank account with one of the largest digital banks in Pakistan, which has 20 million users and 8 million digital wallets. And the account was opened just in 2 hours, whereas previously it would take us weeks or even months to open a traditional bank account. So things have changed significantly with the advent of technology, and the world of banking has been truly transformed. However, as with every technological advancement, there are negative repercussions as well. And so it has been the case for modern banking. It has created more frauds and new ways for snitching money from people, where people are robbed of their money online or through various other tactics. Old scams never die, and new ones have started popping up. For instance, this morning only I was looking at one of the videos generated by AI on fake videos, which we call as deep fakes. So where, you know, a person's video is put, which is fake, and the voice and the face are used, you know, for doing, sending out wrong messages or giving out wrong information. Now, all as a banker, at times we will get calls from the tax authorities or from the government, and new ways are being searched by them to do frauds like. So now let us look at some trends on frauds, like some global trends. So the idea of presenting these trends is that we will try and understand what's happening, and you know, what constitutes a fraud and how our decision-making process can be improved. Now, if I look at some global statistics, what I see is that in the US, the level of frauds has increased significantly, like the number of frauds as well as the amounts of fraud. So it's nearly 9 billion, of which 3.3 billion is from the corporate sector, like, you know, and this is an increase by over 30%, like. So the consumer or the online frauds are also increasing. If you see the UK statistics, you know, again, we will find that there are significant amount of fraud increases, like so there is a 64% increase, and on an average, almost £325,000 most businesses have lost. So, these are some of the numbers that we see. Then in the UK also, again, businesses are suffering frauds, and these are also again on the increase. So there's a definite global trend of increasing the numbers of the frauds increasing, and nearly, you see, if you look at the fraud by age category, it is mainly the younger people, because they are all the time online buying things, rather than the older generation, which generally would go to the shops and buy things. So if you see the statistics, the online shopping is significantly high, because this is the common way that you are cheated with your money. Then there are others who, impersonate either as a business, as your bank, or there's an investment scam. Like recently, I was looking at one of the videos that in KPK, almost 5 billion rupees people have lost through the investment scam, because people invested in it. Again, it was all online and through an app, and people lost money, big sums of money. So these are some of the common ways in which the cheating is going on, or frauds are happening. So one has to be very careful of these sort of frauds. Now, there's a little survey also that is open on Slido as well. So you all can have a look at the Slido information, and please fill up this survey. So we will have a look at, what you think of the fraud levels in Pakistan or wherever your locations are. And it would be interesting to see. So the Slido questionnaire is open. You can just scan through your phones and fill up the survey. And this will be open the full day. And hopefully by day end or tomorrow, Mr. Zishan can tell you, what the conclusions are and how our views are versus what the global trends are like. So please do fill up the survey. It is just a short one with just 6 simple questions on it. And this is it. So the global frauds are in India also, if you see, again, there's a 38% increase in the fraud. So everywhere, if you go to see, there is a significant amount of frauds happening. And again, the fraud levels are in Pakistan as well. If we see the trends in Pakistan, the frauds are significantly increasing. Like there's almost, we have some data from the banking motisib, and there is almost, these numbers are a 40% plus up. So, there is significant amount of frauds happening around the world. And where technology has changed, again, there are also fields in where you can also, these help us in investigating frauds as well. With the advances of data analytics, artificial intelligence, and machine learning, now we have very powerful tools available in the system, which can help us in actually detecting frauds or even preventing frauds, I should say. So let me give you a few examples of this, of my own personal example, of the frauds that have been, I have come across. So, for example, at one of our clients, we were doing some work on their cost control and cost management, and the CEO was telling me that, he's unable to pin down the departments which have, caused a lot of variance, or where the costs are very high, to actually take decisions on how to control them. So over and above our usual things that we did, one of the things that we did for them was to make an MIS report, like, and it was quite collecting that data was challenging because there were multiple locations and different users, etc. So we managed to capture all this information in Power BI and share these reports right up to the department level with their budget information, with their run rates, current run rates, past years. And after a few days, the works manager comes up to me and says that, we've detected a fraud, like. And on further discussion, it transpired that the security costs, because they were billing from different locations and sending several invoices, he said, we have not hired so many people. And when I dug down and checked everything through the different factories, I come across that there is actually, they have been wrongly billing us for almost a year. So data analytics helps in detecting frauds and in detecting problems in the system through unusual trends. Like another example, so these things have been like we are using data analytics since quite some time. It's not something new. For example, when I was working with my old employer, a previous employer, which is a big FMCG, and when I was the factory controller, I was unable to explain the medical costs of the factory. And every month I would ask the doctor, do we have increased number of medical cases? Is there anybody serious or some big costs? And he would say, no, these are, there are no new cases, and these are all normal costs, like, which have, and, each month I would find it a bit difficult to explain. So with my team, what we did was we said, okay, let's analyze the medical information and let's see what's happening. So, department-wise, we analyzed. And what we saw was that in one department, there was a massive cost, and the costs were just increasing every month. And then when we pinned them down and spoke to the individual people level and spoke to the doctors, it was a revelation that clearly a fraud was happening by a group of people, obviously through collusion as well on the medical bills. Like, so historically, we have used technology, except that now the change is that with powerful tools like Power BI or Python, we can analyze it very quickly. The speed will also be very fast, and you can do it, and you can do the analysis on a huge amount of data. If previously we used sampling methods, now you can use 100% of the data. So data analytics is a very powerful tool, and you can actually use it, in investigating frauds or in identifying trends, etc. Now, the good news is that at ICAP, we have built, data analytics training programs, like, and people can learn, because, this is beyond your Excel as well, on Power BI and data visualization, etc. So this is a comprehensive program with, over spreading over, almost 2.5 months of 144 hours of training, and very well participated. So the registrations are going to open in a day or so, and enthusiasts can join in for these programs. Sorry, the registrations are already open, so you all can register for these programs if you want to enhance your skill set. Like, So this is what technology is all about. Now let me talk to you about artificial intelligence and machine learning. You know, these are also very useful tools to actually help you in detecting frauds. And you know, the algorithms that are written and to identify the patterns, etc., can really help in fraud. Now you will think that what does that mean? That a robot will sit in my place and he or she will be doing the work and analyzing all the information. So the answer is no. It will be you only if you know the languages or you know how to do the modeling or write the algorithms. You should be able to make your own reports and see for yourself what's happening. Like, so let me give you an example of the medical costs that I gave earlier. So for example, if I got the algorithms written that, you know, say any employee who raises a bill more than X amount, or raises a bill more than twice in a month, or you know, is prescribing to certain medical medicines for say heart, or doing some abnormal things based on their history patterns, then all that information could easily have been flagged to me through AI and through machine learning. So again, all this is possible, and please don't think that all these technologies are not for us, or it's not. It's very much now a domain of the finance people. And Python is actually a first step if you are interested to learn on artificial intelligence, because you know that is your base. You can do a lot of predictive analysis. It can help you in forecasting, in identifying, and even tell you, you know, which customers of yours are likely to be delinquent, etc. So a lot of information Python can do. And every day new and new things are coming, making even Python simpler. Again, the good news is that we do train people as ICAP from the digital board side on Python as well. Like, you know, we're going to modify this program a bit to include more coverage and more case studies. And this is also a very useful tool. And the way Microsoft and all these people are coming up, they are embedding it in their softwares, into Excel, etc. Of course, this is at the elementary or the initial stage as well, but slowly and gradually, this is going to become a norm. So I would highly encourage you all that to, you know, get a grip on Python as well. And of course, before that, you must know Power BI very well. But there are different advantages of Python versus BI, and you should really upskill yourselves in these areas, you know, because all these can greatly help you in cutting down your investigation time, like, you know. So this is important to understand. You know, today's webinar is just a tip of the iceberg, in the sense that, you know, there are various other ways of also detecting frauds, or, you know, actually investigating very quickly. For example, one such area is your IP address as well, like, you know, so through the IP address as well, you can identify the geography, the location, and a lot more information in solving some of your cyber crimes, like, you know. And there is another program actually when it comes to cyber crime that we have recently introduced, which has been very successful, which is called the Technology Assurance Certificate. This is all about IT audits. So, you know, auditing what risks and controls hover around the ERP and your IT systems and softwares. These are the kind of information and learnings that we give. And it's about a month and a quarter sessions are done, they do not disturb with your work as well, because all our training programs are either over the weekends or at hours where you finished your work and you can focus on enhancing your skill sets. Like, so the technology assurance certificate, especially our module 7, talks a lot about cyber security, information systems and controls, IT governance, etc. So it's important that you all look at these trainings and try and enhance your skill sets. And again, the registrations are open. We're almost going to close it very soon. So anybody who wants to make a quick dash at it can do so. So with that, I'm now going to actually end my discussion, and thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for listening.
We appreciate your in-depth analysis of technology in modern forensic investigation. Your insights were truly eye-opening. Thank you so much, Mr. Khurshid Kotwal. Now all participants are requested to fill up the questionnaire form shared with you on screen. I hope you can see the form. Yes, this will be available for the whole day. You can fill it at any time. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to welcome on the virtual mic our lead trainer, Mr. Dishan Shahid. He is a seasoned professional specializing in forensic risk strategy and governance. With over 15 years of experience in forensic analysis, consulting, risk advisory, and audit, he has been a pioneer in establishing a dedicated forensic service line in Pakistan for over a decade. Let's welcome Mr. Dishan Shahid. So the stage is all yours.
Sir, चीनी बगल के चीनी वाली चीनी बगल
प्रेजेंटेशन मेरी
हाँ चीनी बगैर की है
अच्छा नहीं थी I'm sorry question did you okay I'm sorry if you just introduce me, we are just switching places here, trying to settle down. Let's see if I have the presentation right. Down the road. Okay. With WhatsApp with Dishan Hadafi. Dishan Qadir sir. Was on that lap. ठीक है सर ये इससे क्लिकर से चलेगा जी चलो यानी यहाँ से मैं रजिस्टर करता हूँ सीरीज में रेडी हूँ क्वेश्चन नंबर okay sorry about that I hope no further glitches occur and thank you for the introduction. Thank you, Asad Rosa, Kushit Kotwal, and all the esteemed panelists that are going to be followed. My session is going to be, the first thing that this is the run that I carried out back in 2018 for the first time when ICAP was running some workshops in Lahore and Multan. And my, preference at that moment was that we need to put out some literature so that the members, the students can use it in their, activities and daily lives in the professional services career as a set of standard processes and procedures to follow. So as an introduction, let me just quickly try to, yeah, I can't, sorry about it. Now it's working. Perfect. So a little bit about me. I'm Dishan Shahid. I'm a chartered accountant, Pakistan and UK institutes. I'm a certified fraud examiner as well. Ex-partner Deloitte is the father, and currently running my own independent consulting firm. Also supporting EY in digital banking, where the new digital banking licenses that are being put out, so broadening their consultancy base over there, and also doing my forensic and fraud consulting, advising technology startups primarily. As education, I also have a Master of Science in Business Analytics degree that I pursued out of my own passion, just to understand all the technology behind machine learning, data science, and other, the jargons that we hear. So I feel myself qualified enough to have technical discussions with people who are selling those solutions, leveraging AI and other things. So my fraud and forensic career started probably back in 2008-9. When the US firm was looking to hire some, work in Pakistan, and we offered our services. And from there on, it started a relationship where I started doing a lot of work for the US firm, for the Poland firm, UK firm, and did a lot of investigations in Pakistan. So over the years, I have had strong experience in carrying out investigations in the federal government space, multinationals, local owner managed businesses, technology startups, excuse me, and non-profit organizations, both Pakistan and abroad as well. So we have contributed to a lot of investigations, a lot of exciting stories to tell. And just one thing that I would like to share is, even if you talk to some forensic partners in the Middle East, although it's easy to give into the hype that today the traditional expertise of investigation is taking a back seat and some technology powered solutions are taking the front seat, the reality may not be entirely accurate. Although forensic investigations are increasingly heavily supported by the technology tools and technologies that are out there, but there are a lot of emphasis is still on the investigative prowess of the accountants or of the examiners that are looking at data, looking at correspondence, connecting the dots, trying to piece together a picture. So there's a lot of value in your own professional skepticism, in your own ability to see patterns, see disparate sources of data, and make connections and dig into where it really matters. And that's where the difference is between an audit and a forensic accounting. If an auditor will see an invoice, I'm not doubting their professional skepticism abilities, but a lot of time the audit focus will focus on, okay, the invoice is related to the vendor, the invoice is of a certain amount, it's dated a certain date, and probably just about it. A lot of auditors will look at the invoice in the same way. But if you look at it from the investigator lens, then you are looking at a lot more than just these 3 or 4 notable items. you're looking at what is the header, okay, what are the social media links, what are the numbers that are mentioned on the addresses, where have I seen this address before, and you ask questions on a lot of things, and then you see the banking transaction trail. Okay, so the invoice is named in a particular entity. Is the amount going to the right entity or not? If the amount is going to a separate entity, who owns that account? Where have I seen that name? So it just starts with a series of questions that you ask, and it ends till you have asked the right questions about the entire universe of things that are out there. So just a quick introduction, and let's dig into the slides. Now, we have about 128 participants. Obviously, Khushi left you with some survey. I'm also going to give you a mental exercise. You are free to do notepad or whatever, but just let's take a couple of minutes and analyze this scenario. It's not a quiz. It's not going to result into a right or wrong answer or sort. But I would like to pause for about 2 minutes and 2-3 minutes and let you read this scenario. I'll read it so that for the sake of efficiency. So you're a regional risk and compliance. You work in a regional risk and compliance department of a multinational pharmaceutical company. Whistleblowing hotline received a message from the warehouse inventory manager alleging that the CEO has bribed the Minister of Health in exchange to be granted price increase in certain SKUs after a decade of price freeze. The whistleblower alleges that for this purpose, controlled narcotic substance are basically banned drugs, was procured from the black market to illegally produce batches of a valuable product, fake product, Zalonax, which was then used in lieu of the bribe payment. How would you investigate? I'll take a pause of precisely 2 minutes. Think about it. Come up with a mental strategy. We are not going to discuss it any further. We are going to touch upon it at the end of the session so that you can evaluate the first response that you made and where you ended up next. Okay, although precisely more 2 minutes are not passed, but I just saw a comment that voice is very low. Okay, can that be resolved? Okay, so technology people are looking into it.
No, sir, some one or two people say that if you बोलो बोलेंगे अगर ये नहीं सारे बोल रहे तो उनकी तरफ से भी लीकेज होता है हमारे यहाँ.
Okay, so I'm being told that it's probably not a system-wide issue. Okay, so once with that baselining in the process, I'll just quickly go over the agenda. So what we want to touch upon is introduction and context. We want to define what we mean when we're talking about fraud. It is important because we need to have a definition against which we need to earmark what are we looking at. I've seen a lot of times where people cannot actually differentiate. To them, fraud is actually just asset theft or some financial embezzlement. Fraud does include financial statement misreporting as well. So I've seen people who work in finance departments and they've seen, cooking the books, the CFOs or CEOs under the pressure or whatever reason, they're cooking the books, they're making phantom entries, and people don't realize that that also is a fraud. Although in Pakistan, the legislation around it does require a lot of work, but we need to understand what we mean when we're talking about fraud so that we can define it accordingly. And that also happens when you're investigating things. And if you're investigating, you need to stick a charge sheet to whoever you are investigating. And if you find out a conduct, you need to be able to have a reference point where this activity lies. Is it a known fraudulent behavior, or is it something that, it's a disciplinary inquiry, some non-compliance of the value standard process and procedures? We are going to touch upon a little bit common factors in reported frauds. We are going to also talk about perpetrator behavior. And these are all the tools that need to be in your mind when you're investigating stuff. It's not just the right implementation of a tool that you're going to run and magically come up with answers. In order to be a good investigator, you need to have a respect for the standard process, understanding of what we are talking about, and where to characterize other issues. Quite distracting. I'm sorry, it's there's something. Anyways, we are also then going to see a standard fraud investigation process. Now, standard fraud investigation process follows a project management approach, and we need to have an idea about what to follow. A lot of time, people who are investigating for the first time, they get lost into the process. You have to understand how to start, how to process, how to conclude. It's not going to be a linear exercise. It's going to be a iterative process, but you have to understand what the process is. Otherwise, it's going to be, I've seen open-ended activities, people just digging into the data, but never actually arriving at any result. Then we're going to cover two technical aspects, fraud interviews. We're going to touch upon very basic fundamental considerations that you need to keep on. Obviously, every one of these topics is a question on its own. You have got full day courses just on the fraud interview process as well. But the level of skill that you need to be equipped to perform basic investigation, that we're going to touch upon. Then we're going to touch upon certain nuances of report writing and some legal consideration just as an end note. So we are going to spend a lot of time in the first 2-3 sections, and then we are going to go through the fraud investigation process, and then we are going to cover the 3 areas that I need you to understand. Fine. Fraud and falsehood only dread examination. Truth invites it. Samuel Johnson's quote. I find it really fascinating, and we're going to look into a lot of definitions. And that's this is the basic criteria. As auditors, some of you are very experienced auditors, and you have, I'm sure, in your career seen a lot of people who are very casual about the audit process, very upfront and very candid about it. But you have also come across a lot of difficult people who make this job of investigating into their books a nightmare for, honestly, for auditors and internal auditors. So this is just a quote for everybody's perusal, that basically there's something wrong. If you see somebody who is a bully and is basically repelling any attempt to look into things in detail, that's where you need to see that that's a red flag you need to be looking into. Okay. Introduction and context. The animations are very slow on my computer, but we're going to. I hope it's faster on your broadcast. Fine. So there are 3 definitions of fraud. One by ACFE, one by Institute of Internal Auditors, and another specific definition of occupational fraud and abuse by the ACFE. I like the IIA one better, but let's look at all 3. Fraud is an intentional, deliberate act to deprive another of property or money by deception or other unfair means. Very concise, very simple, but there are certain things that need to be understood. Fraud is an intentional act, and in complex lawsuits or even basic lawsuits in developed countries, intent is very important. You have to establish that this was intentional. Okay. A lot of time you'll come across investigations where people are just going to claim innocence, that we didn't know this was wrong. We didn't know buying 100,000 tablets from my cousin was wrong. We thought we were just going to make the procurement process faster, or we didn't know that the director's company, being the sole provider of a key raw material and not disclosing it as a related party transaction, is going to be wrong, just because The company is in the name of director's wife's mother. So, people are going to claim innocence all the time. So intent is very important. Then the IIA definition. Any illegal acts characterized by deceit, concealment, or violation of trust. These acts are not dependent upon the application of threat of violence or of physical force. Frauds are perpetrated by parties and organizations to obtain money, property, or services. That's one angle. To avoid payment or loss of services, or to secure personal or business advantage. So IIA definition is better because it just does not restrict itself to possession of a monetary gain. Fraud is also done to avoid payment or loss of services. Okay, if you're importing goods which have a custom duty of 35%, and you are making a declaration of a different description just by bribing the customs officer, you are making a different description and then getting away with 30% of the duty and just paying 5%, that also is a fraud. Or to secure personal or business advantage. So there is a process of shortlisting of a vendor. You're not getting a contract immediately, but there's a process of shortlisting. You're bribing somebody to give you, to get you into that process. That also is a fraud. So these are all different types of activities. Obviously, the first aspect is illegal act. So there has to be a law that determines these acts to be fraudulent. And this is where Pakistan needs a lot of work, because there are not a lot of laws in private sector which govern fraud and abuse. So there are certain laws where you can go after and pursue people, but it can be a lot better because a lot of fraud does not really go into I'm sorry, the presentation. I lost the presentation. आपको शेल को क्लिक भी करना पड़ेगा ताकि वो क्लिक कर चलना शुरू हो जाए। चेक कीजिए। नहीं पावर पॉइंट पे जाना पड़ेगा। नॉट्स वर्किंग। चलिए हाँ चल रहा है सही। Very quickly, occupational fraud and abuse. Occupational fraud and abuse is the use of one's occupation for personal enrichment through the deliberate misuse or misapplication of employing organization's resources or assets. Classical example is a procurement function in an organization. Procurement functions are usually, I'm sorry to offend a lot of procurement professionals, although they are not present here, but the very common form of fraud is procurement kickbacks, where vendors have to pay the procurement officers a certain cut for getting contracts into the company's procurement process. Okay. Now, types of fraud. You need to understand the types of fraud that are out there, and ACFE has come up with a very thorough fraud tree. Okay, so the fraud tree has a very in-depth level of disaggregation where frauds can be classified, but there are certain classifications. So first, there are three basically types of fraud that they are looked into: internal fraud or occupational fraud and abuse. So you got corruption, asset misappropriation, and financial statement fraud. Among these, a lot of other different frauds are being characterized. So within corruption, within asset misappropriation, and within financial statement fraud, we'll have other types. External fraud is where other entities are trying to defraud the company. You've got customer frauds as well, returns or even fraudulent insurance claims, other things. Vendor frauds, your vendors are trying to defraud you. They might not provide the goods up to the specification. They might process, illegal, warranty expiry and other vendor frauds where you have basically vendors who are acting as a shell company and then acting as a shell company on behalf of another internal person who's related to that. That falls under corruption. Security breaches, cyber security is one of those, and IP theft. Fraud against individual is obviously Pakistan, in Pakistan, it's a big phenomenon right now. State Bank is also taking into consideration, and they have issued some guidelines for banks as well, digital banking fraud. I'll touch upon it in tomorrow's session as well. So ID theft is one of the most common frauds. Ponzi scheme and MLM scheme, Pakistan has been seeing their fair share of these schemes since probably like I don't know, many decades, because SECP does do a lot of work to go after these schemes and controlling them, but they keep cropping up. And the unfortunate part of Ponzi scheme and MLM scheme, for anybody who doesn't know, is basically a scheme where people are trying to come in, somebody starts and they start a process which may be related to a trade activity, which may seem like a trade activity. So you have to pay some amount in order to become a club member or in order to become a networking member, and you may or may not be provided some goods against that money, maybe a watch or something. But then you're asked to bring in 2 more members or 3 more members. And what you're told is that if you get a subscription from 2 members, you get 10% of that permission. So this network then continues to increase, and it's obviously exponential, so it's unsustainable. So it falls down, and eventually the people at the top run away with a lot of money. So there have been a lot of examples. Most recently, I think the most recent MLM scheme to ban was B4U, or maybe there are some more have been banned since then. But a very unfortunate reality in this case is that it's not just the Ponzi scheme designer or MLM scheme designer that benefits in this situation. Actually, a lot of early stage entrants, normal people like you and I, are also becoming part of this and knowing very well that this is going to fall, but they still will make a lot of money out of it. So that's a very unfortunate part of Ponzi scheme. It's much less discussed, by the way. Phishing scam, we all know, we get mails, we get calls, people pretending to be bank officers, things like that. So these are different types of fraud that occur. As auditors and accountants, we have to focus on the occupational fraud and abuse. These are the most ones where investigation requires, input from people like chartered accountants and certified fraud examiners. So this is just the first, second, or third layer of that fraud tree I mentioned. It's, I think, freely available. You can Google it. Just Google the ACFE fraud tree. You can get the whole copy. You should keep it. And this should act as a reference of where you want to classify. So as in corruption, you've got conflict of interest. In the conflict of interest, you have purchasing and sales scheme. In bribery, you've got invoice kickbacks, bid rigging. Bid rigging is very interesting in Pakistan as well. We're going to cover a lot of examples in one of the sections that I'm going to cover tomorrow. But bid rigging is one of the most common one, where in designing the RFP, the request for proposal, or the tender description, the pre-selected vendor is actually providing a very tailored bid to ensure that they get selected in the whole process. It's very common in Pakistan. Illegal gratuities, payments which are supposed to please somebody but they are illegal. Economic extortion, where you are forced to pay certain sum just to avoid a higher tax penalty, higher duty penalty, or some other thing. Then asset misappropriation. Next session में हम थोड़ा सा इसकी coverage देखेंगे कि ये सबसे ज़्यादा common जो है वो asset misappropriation है, but it's not necessarily the most damaging fraud. Asset misappropriation, you can cover cash and you can cover inventory and all other assets. So inventory and all other assets, if you misappropriate that, you can misuse it or you can do larceny. Larceny is basically picking up the asset and then leaving. In cash though, you can steal the cash that is on hand. You can steal the cash receipts. So you don't even record a store receipt and you walk away with it. And that's the reason, in retail stores, the checkout counters, they do have cameras for every checkout counter, because one common fraud can be that the clerk can simply walk away with a day's earning. And fraudulent disbursement, where you have billing scheme, payroll scheme, expense reimbursement scheme, checks and payment tampering, registered or disbursement. This is where the most creative aspects come in. You are designing fake vendors. You are designing a lot of schemes. These are done so that you can do fraudulent disbursement. Okay. Now let's take a step back from the the what is fraud, but why does fraud occur? Achha, this is important because a lot of time, I don't have personal experience of presenting into the courts in US, but I do have experience in sending evidence which was admissible in US courts. So it talks about why does fraud occur, okay? And in there, you have to comment on the fraud triangle. The fraud triangle is it was developed by Dr. Donald Tracy. He was a criminologist whose research focused on embezzlers, people he called trust violators. So to him, according to his framework, there are three angles of why fraud occurs. There's financial pressure, there is rationalization, and there's opportunity. I'll see if we are covering it in a little bit detail. Okay, this is the most famous post, very verbose. Trusted persons become trust violators when they conceive of themselves as having a financial problem, which is non-shareable, are aware this problem can be secretly solved by violation of the position of financial trust. I'm sorry, your battery is dead. I think it just went dead. Able to apply and are able to apply to their own conduct in that situation, verbalization, which enable them to adjust their conception of themselves as trusted persons with their conceptions of themselves as users of entrusted funds or property. So there's rationalization. Got it? Okay, thanks. Pressure motivates crime. So the fraudster usually has a pressure. Although there are some cases where people are habitual, they become habitual fraudsters. But pressure is one of the most common indicators because an overwhelming majority of fraudsters are basically first-time offenders. They are not habitual fraudsters. So pressure is where it starts. You have a financial problem. It could be personal, it could be professional. You have a liquidity crisis. Your business is not doing good. You have some issue that is causing a very serious crunch. You've got big unexplained, unexpected expenses coming up which you can't cope, and they cannot be solved by legitimate means. Okay, inability to pay debt, bills, and need to meet earnings. Then there's an opportunity. So you have a pressure, but then you also have an opportunity. It's a control weakness. Okay, so you understand that you are responsible for managing cash, but the bank reconciliation statement process is really not present anymore. It's a month of May. It's still, the year end is December. You've got good 7 months of fraud that you can do before anybody will realize that the funds are out of order. So there's an opportunity. There's a control weakness that I can exploit so that I can get rid of the financial pressure I can have. And then there's rationalization. Vast majority of fraudsters are first-time offender, as I told. They perceive themselves as ordinary, honest people caught in bad set of circumstances. So consequently, fraudster may justify the crime to itself in a way that makes it an acceptable or justifiable act. I'm only borrowing money. People, when they start, they said, okay, there's no bank reconciliation process. I'll start skimming the money, but I'll pay it back. I'll pay back the organization. I'll get the fund back in. Or sometimes there's a rationalization that I don't get paid enough. I deserve to be paid X salary. I'm being paid Y salary, so I deserve it. So underpaid people think that their employer deserves it. So there's rationalization. So there's pressure. You have an opportunity to exploit, and then there's some rationalization where you are convincing yourself that you're basically not doing anything wrong. Okay. So these are the characteristics that increase the likelihood of for fraud to occur, but it does not provide perfect guidance. Although the fraud triangle helps explain the nature of many occupational offenders, it does not explain the nature of all occupational offenders. Okay, people, there are fraudsters who don't need a rationalization. They don't need to have a financial pressure. There are the last investigation I did for a technology sector company. The fraudster that was there, this was the third company that he was defrauding. Okay, there was no financial pressure. He had good businesses in the northern areas, and he had all the money he needed. And but still, he was devising a scheme to deprive the technology company of practically their entire new source of funding significantly by diverting the funds to him and keeping 50% of it. So Cressy study is nearly half a century old, and there has been considerable social change in the interim. Now, many anti-fraud professionals believe there's a new breed of occupational fraud offender, one who simply lacks a conscience sufficient to overcome the temptation. Okay. Moreover, some experts believe that fraud triangle could be enhanced by considering a fourth element, the fraud diamond. So there are two new phenomena. So there are people who don't have the conscience. Okay, and there is also an angle of capability that we'll see in the next slide. So this is the standard fraud triangle. You have pressure, you have opportunity, you have rationalization. And if you're writing a fraud report, right? So this sort of explanation shows that you have performed in-depth work, and you can comment on the whole scenario. Now, the fraud diamond concept also adds one additional layer, which is capability. Okay. Ethical perspectives, resourcefulness. So it's not just that if you have an opportunity, you can exploit it as well. You need to have a certain level of higher capability of doing fraud as well. So in the modern era, in the digital era, this also matters a lot. So, if you want to perform electronic fraud, that requires a very high level of sophistication. Okay. If you want to even perform check fraud in this day and age, you need to be sufficiently talented, so to say, so to pull it off. Otherwise, you'll get caught. In fact, there are examples where people in banks have tried to exploit control weaknesses. Some, there was a checkbook surrendered in order to be discarded, and not unaware of the branch personnel's knowledge, one of the new employees tried to encash one of those check leaves from the counter, and was definitely caught by the amateur approach of it. So there's an angle of capability that is there. Okay, so who could turn an opportunity of fraud into reality? That is also one of the main considerations. What happened? Sorry. Okay. So let's cover certain common factors in reported frauds and perspectives. Are we ahead of time? I think.
It's not time having.
Common factor 10:15. Okay, no, we are not ahead of time. We are okay. So let's cover that. Now, Khurshid touched upon certain global statistics. I would like to go a little bit deeper and share with you a lot of different key statistics that are from the ACFP's report to the nation. They do this every year. They interview, a lot of professional fraud examiners from a lot of different countries. They get data from actual instances of fraud, and they combine it, and then they come up with global phenomena, what is happening. Now, there's certain interesting factors here, because for those of you who are at the very senior stage, okay, so you are reporting to the board. A lot of time when the fraud occurs, the board's first question is, what were you guys doing? So there's a lot of fraud when it gets detected. It's immediately followed by a lot of blame game that goes around. So there's a lot of questions being asked. Who was doing what? People are sometimes negligent. Processes are sometimes very inefficient or insufficient to stop fraud, but it's not always the case. We have to see what the global statistics are, even amongst the developed nations. So a typical fraud case, it lasts 12 months before detection on average. Okay, this is down from 14 months pre-COVID. In 2020 report, it used to be 14 months. But when the pre-COVID, COVID hit and then the work from home normalized, a lot of fraudster also got the pace of getting detected slightly improved. But it's still at 12 months. Okay, why it improved is also one phenomenon we'll cover in the red flags of fraudster. Because you see, a fraudster usually does not like to share workload. They are probably the hardest working person in the company. They're sitting and they don't want anybody touching upon their work. But now imagine if the company comes up with very people-friendly policies that they are going to go on a mandatory vacation every year. If they are going to go on a mandatory vacation, that means somebody else would have to pick up their workload. And if somebody else picks up their workload, they're going to find out what has been going on. So this, I think, has been a global delta of 2 months has occurred because a lot of fraudsters are probably facing a new work from home normal. A typical fraud case causes a loss of around $8,300 per month. Obviously, it's an average statistics. And if you are, I would not oversell the power of data analytics, but I would encourage studying statistics. So averages are misleading. Okay, you have to also see median loss. So all of the different, this is a median loss actually. So median loss means the most, the center point. This is the frequent one. So this can be considered as occurring to the most participants of the survey. An average would be a complete distortion, a middle point between the most expensive fraud, like billions of dollars of fraud, and the most cheapest fraud, hundreds of dollars of fraud. So you have an average which is a median middle point. But a median, you can fairly say that a lot of participants were exposed to this level of fraud. Generally, the 5% of revenue loss of fraud each year is fairly consistent, that organizations do lose 5% of their revenue, the top line, to fraud each year, different thing. Median loss per case is $117,000. Average loss is 1.8 million. See the difference between median and average? So that's why it's misleading. Corruption is most common in every global region. It's not an exception. It's prevalent in every jurisdiction. Asset misappropriation is the most common type of fraud, but it's the least costly type of fraud. 86% of the cases are asset misappropriation. Only $100,000, it's not only, but still $100,000 median loss. As against financial statement fraud, where you have a least common, but most costly. 9% of cases and almost $600,000 median loss. Now, this also, or actually, it's not that the connection is lost. So, got it. So, yeah. Obviously, this is a result of a survey where you have come up with this statistic that this type of asset misappropriation is most frequent, less costly. Financial statement is least common, most costly. But in my view, and this is my opinion, this is not due to the fact that this fraud is occurring less, financial statement fraud. I believe this fraud is being detected less, or realized as a fraud less, or even criminalized as a fraud less in certain jurisdictions. Okay, so, and we have examples in Pakistan where we have had significant frauds which can be classified as financial statement fraud, but they have not been penalized. They have not been tried as financial statement fraud as such. So this number basically is, I would not agree with that it's least common. I think there's a lot of maturity of the legislation that is required in order to make it most common, but it will definitely be the most costly one. Owners, executives cause only 20% of occupational fraud, but with the largest losses. Obviously, if the owners and executives, the senior executives are determined to commit fraud, they commit fraud, the most expensive ones. Okay, median loss is around $337,000. At a manager level, the median loss is $125,000. At an employee level, $50,000. But obviously, all the controls are focused on employees. Okay, now we can sit here and pretend that I'm the best investigator in the world. Okay, I will touch upon the pulse of the company and tell you what the fraud is. Although I tend to do that with certain technology companies, but still, let's not oversell any person or technology. Fact is, the global standard fact is that 42% of the schemes are detected by tips. Okay, this is 3 times as many as the next common method, which may be email or a web-based form. Okay, tip means somebody dropped a tip, the anonymous tip or a non-anonymous tip, but there's a tip. Somebody reported a fraud. 42% of the time, the fraud is detected that way. You saw the distinction. 12 months, a fraud can go undetected. So it's usually surfaced when somebody decides to report it. It's very interesting that who decides to report it. It can be people with good conscience who are seeing fraud happening and then want to report anonymously. But most of the time, a lot of time, it's basically somebody who was cut out of the loop. Okay. So there's a transaction where the CEO got himself involved directly and cut loose one of the key people who was involved in this corruption in different frauds. At that point, the one aggrieved is going to report the fraud of the CEO. So I've seen that happening a lot actually. So if you're a fraudster, keep all the other fraudsters around you happy because they're going to be reporting you. So 50% of those tips are from employees. This is also a very interesting fact because that means globally, whistleblowing tips are not just for employees. They are also for other people. And in certain organizations, you might have already seen the whistleblowing angle is not just for employees, but it is also for vendors, suppliers. So suppliers can also whistleblow. And we see a lot of good quality whistleblowing from suppliers because sometimes the bid rigging angle is always exposed by the supplier. They know who's the party who is connected with the procurement guys. They can report it and they can expose something. But it doesn't happen always because it's a small market. People don't whistleblow against each other because they're supporting each other. So they know that I can't get business in company A, but I can get business in company B. So it's just a matter of who is connected to what. Whistleblowers used email in 40% of the cases. So email is a very trusted, mode of reporting fraud. So if you are trying to set up some similar mechanism in your company, don't go for a very expensive solution at the start if your company cannot afford it. But at least get a email address in case, which is constantly monitored independently, and people can send anonymous emails to them. And then the second form is web-based form, online form. So organizations with hotlines detected fraud more quickly. 12 months versus 18 months. So the 12 months is basically reported from the hotline. And they have a lower median loss, 100,000 versus 200,000. So it pays to have controls. It's not like you're implementing just good to have controls. If you have something in place, rest assured that your speed of fraud detection will improve, and the expense that you are going to face is going to improve. In fact, there was a last fraud that I detected in an organization, and there was a problem because if there was a reconciliation that could have happened on a timely basis, the quantum of loss before it was detected would have been hardly 5% of what it eventually manifested itself to. So there was some fraudster who were exploiting a technical issue, but since there was no reconciliation between a retail store giant and a technology company, the reconciliation process was not there, and everybody was trusting technology to take its place. It became out of hand. Okay. Lack of internal controls contributed to about 1 out of 3 frauds, and override of existing control contributed to 1 out of 5 frauds. So the presence of anti-fraud control is associated with lower fraud risks and lower fraud losses and quicker detection. 85% of fraudsters displayed behavioral red flags. We're going to look into it a little bit, but there are behavioral red flags. So if you're an investigator and you are talking about people or you're observing people, do keep a lookout on the behavioral sign flag because they're there. Okay. Only 6% had a prior fraud conviction. In Pakistan, it's very, very unlikely that a person will have a criminal record in a corporate environment because I've seen fraudsters basically asked to resign rather than very few organizations do go towards criminal processing. So that this low number globally is also due to the fact people tend to ask for resignation rather than going to law enforcement. Okay. Now certain controversial statistic, in fact, one controversial statistic. More than half of all occupational fraud came from 4 departments, 4 areas, I would say. So 15% from operations, accounting they have improved, is 12%, down from 14% pre-COVID. Executive and upper management, 11%, sales, 11%. So these are the 4 areas. And if you're an auditor, there's a standard process of understanding the entity and its environment, and understanding the internal controls. These are the areas where you need to look out for. Okay. what is the process? So what is the sales guy doing in the process? What is the operations guy doing in the process? How the accounting is processing everything. So this whole cycle of lead generation for revenue, delivery, and then accounting for it. This whole cycle needs to be abused if you want to do financial statement fraud. And usually through different schemes, all of these departments have significant chunks contribution into the fraud database. 61% of fraudsters were terminated from organization. 50% victim organization declined to refer case to law enforcement, considering internal discipline as sufficient. In Pakistan, this will be much more higher because people generally do just ask the person to resign, and they just don't respond to the reference check that happens from the other organization. So if you're hiring somebody, it's good to do a reference check, but don't bet on it that you're going to detect something if that person has committed a fraud. It's usually from the social grapevine that you learn that this person is bad news. Okay, and you might make some connections as well. So organization with the fewest employees have the highest median loss. So if you're boasting a lean organization, if you're boasting that you've got very hands-on people, people are wearing multiple hats, you will hear it a lot of time in technology startups. We are wearing multiple hats. You should wear multiple hats. Obviously, you're a startup, but you have to understand basic segregation of duties as well. You don't need to be a fraud examiner to understand the 4I principle. Okay, so just because you're a startup doesn't mean that you have to forego all types of internal control. So with the fewest employees, they have the highest median loss because there are less controls to break. So I'm sorry, whenever I press click, I have to wait for the whole animation to go. So let's see perpetrator behavior analysis. We are slightly ahead of time. Okay. Okay. Now, another controversial statistic, and I remember when I shared the statistic in Multan, a lot of senior chartered accountants were a little bit, offended. But I said that this is what the data is telling us from around the globe, and it just makes sense. Occupational fraudsters who had been with their organization at least 10 years caused thrice the median loss by fraudster with at least 5-year tenure. Long tenured fraudster also took 2 years versus 10 months to catch. So if you've been in the organization for a long time, it actually it makes sense that you can cause the most damage. You have the most connection. Okay. There's some further content or slide. Fine. So there was some comment and question on the comment section as well. We can, if you have any questions, you can put it on the comment, the question and Q&A side. I can see your points, and then I may pick and respond to certain things. I think there it is ICAP's policy to share the presentation, and if you don't get it, this presentation, I'll at the end of the day, at the end of the session, I'll explain how to get this presentation. So the rest assured, this presentation is there. The purpose I designed this presentation is because it needs to be a ready reference for accountants, not just to focus on single aspect of digital fraud, but also for a standard reference point for fraud investigation. So don't worry about the presentation. Okay, so tenure, just because somebody has been with the organization for 20 years doesn't mean they cannot commit fraud. Okay, and sometimes the fraud is actually not a fraud for personal enrichment of that person. It's actually a financial statement fraud where they are basically working to defraud shareholders by earning less income, related party transactions, so that they can do transfer pricing and not show profits in Pakistan. All of that does require seasoned, experienced people to influence that. Education, obviously, Pakistan, a lot of people have university degree, but in the US and other developed economies, not a lot of people do get university degrees. But still, in the fraud environment, 65% of occupational fraudsters had a university degree or higher, and caused 2x median loss compared to non-degree holder fraudsters. Okay. Age, obviously, the higher the age, the more significant the level of loss that can occur. So 60 plus senior citizens have a track record of $800,000 median loss. 41 to 60 significantly less, 185 to 347, and less than 40. So if you're the demographic to listen to this, you have a very low chance of causing a significant fraud unless you're very intelligent. Collusion of 3 or more fraudsters quadruples the median loss. This is a very important statement. In fact, if the auditors among you might remember or should remember, because it's you're part of auditor, but people with the audit background, or everyone has auditorship experience. We have come across a word management override of control of numerous times. Okay, so management override of control is something that is maybe overlooked, but should be very significantly, thoroughly checked wherever it has occurred. So we have to understand rationale where it has occurred, because management override works with collusion. So people, if 1, 2, or 3 people who are supposed to act independent of each other, if they start colluding, if the salespeople and the receivable people start colluding with the accounting person or the bank reconciliation person, the collusion is going to significantly increase the difficulty of detecting a fraud, and actually encourages a much higher level of fraud, because people are not collaborating. They can increase the chance, and the data shows that it goes to 4x. So normal 4 times the normal median loss, which one fraudster could have caused, collusion will cause it to be increased. 83% were never punished or terminated in prior employment. That goes to show, a lot of people you will come across which are fraudsters will would not have basically would not have been punished by their past organization. Fine. So the behavioral red flags. Now, they're already out there. You might be seeing them if you're in your own organization, or sometimes you find things odd, but you can't really pinpoint your finger on it. What's wrong with it or something? But here the data shows that there are certain behavioral red flags that have the examiners and the litigation the lawyers have seen in fraudsters. So in 39% of the cases, the fraudster was basically living beyond means. Now, living beyond means, it can manifest in many ways. Okay, so if you are not even a CFO, you are like a second level finance manager in an organization. You have seen the finance manager, and he's driving around in the latest Honda Civic, which is a very expensive car in Pakistan, no value for money, and but he's driving around in that Honda Civic, and you do a name check, you do a license plate check from excise, and you find out that the car is actually in his name, so it's not even leased. Okay, and this is an actual example I'm quoting from 2010, and so at that moment you say that, okay, how on earth is this guy sitting with a car worth 10x his salary? And so these are people who are living beyond means. Some may be less glaring, but they may be, brandishing more expensive cell phones. These days, cell phones are very, have become very expensive. $500,000 is for a standard flagship phone. And so these things can be an indicator that the person, it doesn't really fit, that this person, he's a family, he's not a very, he or she is not really at that level of the pay scale where he or she could afford all of these toys that they're carrying. So living beyond means is one of the issues. Financial difficulties, hard to detect, but these are behavioral red flags. If somebody is going through a tough time, they are going to be tempted towards committing fraud. Unusually close association with a vendor or customer. Okay, so this also facilitates fraud, because a vendor has interest from the business of the company, so they are interested in paying bribe. A customer is basically interested in discounts or other incentive from the company. Both of these have an economic motive to benefit from the company. And if you find people who have a very unusual close association with a vendor or customer, so they are doing a lot of business together, you find out somehow that these guys are doing some work together, they are going to holidays together. In fact, that was one of the cases as well. So there's an unusually close association. That's a very predominant behavioral red flag. Excessive control issues or unwillingness to share duty. Okay, you see this in a lot of people, and these are the most hardworking people, and their eccentric attitude is basically written off that okay, these are very hardworking, old seasoned professional, and but they're basically trying to hide something. Not all of them, but I'm saying that people who do commit fraud, they do display certain red flags, which are these: irritability, suspiciousness, defensiveness. This is also a very classic case of that person has something to hide. A general wheeler-dealer type of attitude involving shrewd or unscrupulous behavior, or simply put in Pakistani terms, जुगाड़ू आदमी जो होता है बिल्कुल एकदम, you have to, very able to get things done with the most shortcut as possible. That also is a very big red flag that somewhere down the corner he will also be doing something to benefit himself or she. Excessive pressure from within organization, they could be earning pressure. You have to declare profit this year. We have to get the bank loan. We can't afford to have a red bottom line. So that's an excessive pressure from within the organization. And then you are tempted to commit fraud. Okay. Red flags 3 to 7 are more common in Pakistan environment, in my view. And other red flags which are less common globally, but they are more relevant in Pakistan. People complaining about inadequate pay. We all know that the inflation is skyrocketing and the pay scale rises have not been able to compensate. So people are feeling the pinch. In just 2 years alone, I think the capacity to purchase has significantly reduced even for the relatively well-off people. So there are complaints about inadequate pay. There are refusal to take vacations. Okay. And complaining about lack of authority. So these are general things that I've seen in people who are engaged in fraud in Pakistan do concern. That doesn't mean that complaining about inadequate pay makes you a fraudster. You have to understand the perspective. You are actually talking about people who do commit fraud. They have demonstrated this sort of behavior. Now, fraud investigation, we are a little bit ahead of time. In fact, they're significantly ahead of time. So I think we will be able to wrap up a significant one. I think we'll cover that. But before I jump to fraud investigations, if there are any questions, you can use the Q&A section and to drop, and I may pick and answer some things which may be in your mind. I'll take a pause of a minute and see if any question pops up. No question? I see participant raising hands. Don't raise hand, just how to address collusion. Okay, so we have a question, how to address collusion at the senior management level. Hold on. So I would appreciate if the participants who are raising hand to if they can send the question on the comment, the Q&A side, because that's the more appropriate way, because I can't take live Q&A because this is not a podcast. I'm sorry. So, okay, so how to address collusion at the senior management level? So this is where you have to understand that you have to create an environment. Okay, you have to create an environment of internal controls. You are able to detect or you are providing an environment of people to report if certain things like this happen. But there is a process of third-party risk management, okay? And TPRM can be a very basic control of actually getting to know who the vendor is. KYC, you have to do some KYC of your vendors or people who are you dealing with. But there has to be a third-party risk management tool. So if you have a sufficiently robust third-party risk management, that does provide you some level of assurance that, okay, you might cover this. But it's very difficult to detect. That's why you also need a whistleblowing control. So if you have a good TPRM policy, if you have a good whistleblowing process, you can say that, okay, you have tried to cover significant angles like 60-70% of trying to come up with this sort of control. And then you have to see about the governance checks. Okay, and the governance checks are basically important because I see a lot of professional services firm. There are requirements for partners to disclose even their bank statements, their holdings, their wife's bank statement, spouse, and there's a lot of requirement of disclosure. And as a partner at Deloitte, I used to report all of my, me and my wife and bank account and everything. So you implement certain control at the operational level so that you're filtering things from there, but you also implementing certain control at the board level. Okay, and that cannot be sacrificed. That has to be there. So I've seen people who do implement 99 or 110% of the control at the execution level, but there's absolutely zero control on the board of directors level. There was a bank which had a significant fraud. They did carry out their own internal investigation, but then they engaged me to review the investigation that they did. My first finding was that why was not any disciplinary action taken against the chairman of the audit committee. Now that was a bold statement to make, but I made that statement because you can all say that, okay, executional level issues have to be dealt by the management, but if your trade finance is working on Excel sheets in which you don't know that who is the actual beneficiary of an LC that you're opening, at least the risk should have identified this as a risk, and that responsibility goes all the way up to the board and to the chairman of the audit committee. So you have to implement certain control at the board level as well. So you, as an investigator, you should also be able to make those bold statements as recommendations. Okay. Why management keep negative? Okay. Try to keep questions as so that we can sort of have an intellectual discussion on it. So what can be red flag if there are designed fraud by occupation, if there is designed fraud by occupational fraudster? Okay, so basically, if I read your question correctly, you're hinting towards that a fraud is obviously a fraud. What's the difference between a fraud and error? Error is unintentional, fraud is intentional, and fraud is coupled by an intent of concealment. Okay, so the fraud is basically is not just a fraud act alone. It's coupled with an act which was designed to hide the fraud as well. So it's difficult to detect by nature. And there's always been a debate in the SCCP investigation I was running. It was a question from their side as well that if we have so many auditors, why are the frauds occurring? So it's a very, you have to understand the nuance that what is the risk. We're going to cover this in next day's session as well. You have to cover that, not everything can be detected from the, basic eye overview. So you have to have certain control. Whistleblowing support control is there, but you also have to have vigilant, very thorough procurement processes. So if you have, don't just rely on a schedule that, okay, above ₹1 million procurement is going to be reviewed by X or Y or Z, and just political threshold. Also implement increase scrutiny on knowing the vendor. Okay, so understand who the vendors are, what are their processes, procedures. Have periodic analytical reviews. Okay, is somebody getting a preferential treatment? If somebody getting a lot of, there are number of different types of vendors, but the payments are going to very few accounts or things like that. So do data analytics, do perform specialized procedures to be proactive about detecting fraud. And then for reaction, you have to have a whistleblowing hotline as well, so that you can react to complaints as well. How to circumvent political influences and pressures? Unfortunately, that depends on the country you're in. Okay, in certain countries, political influence can occur in any country. It's not just a Pakistan phenomena alone. It's just the degree of resistance that you can actually demonstrate. Okay, and in Pakistan, it depends on what that political influence is. Sometimes the political influence, in fact, is not that strong, and you are able to overcome it just by your senior management support. Okay, and that happens actually. Like for example, some politicians are trying to influence a transport company to perform some preferential treatment to their own hometown. That type of preferential pressure can be resisted by the senior management. But there are certain types which they cannot resist. So, we all know how we have to be wise about it. And so this is not a panacea recommendation I can make how to circumvent the political influence. Just find out that if it can be resisted or circumvented, or maybe, we have to move. How to think in a way to detect fraud in any situation. What factors you consider to think like a fraud detector? I think the word professional skepticism is very underrated recently in the community, and I think we need to revive that. The seasoned chartered accountants which trained us, the people who are still part of our leadership here, the classical auditors, they have really revered this topic of professional skepticism. And I think if you first stick to the professional skepticism side, a lot of questions do come into mind. But then again, you also need to be exposed to a lot of different fraud literature. So you read a lot. Yes, okay. So when you read things, you read, for example, certain reports by investigator which have made and a story on that. Read that, try to understand that how they manipulated things. So more internet connection is unstable. The more familiar you are by the type of fraud, the more alert you get by knowing the types of fraud. All right. Okay. We do not have access to bank account of procurement officer. How can we assess that he get kickback or commission? Again, it depends on the investigation. Okay. You don't have access, and it's very unlikely that you can get access. Obviously, it's his private bank statement. But what you can have is basically some basic controls and checks on the procurement policies that you design. Okay. And see, you cannot implement controls on all levels. There was an example where there was a very large bank and they saw an increase in the number of frauds, which were basically in a rural area. The cashier was running away with the utility bill money. So they carried out an activity. In fact, one of our senior partner conducted that activity. That throughout the bank, what is the cause? What is the control that they can implement to avoid this type of fraud? And what they found out was that the control is that we need one person to handle the system and another person to handle the collection. So we need a segregation of duties at the utility bill window. Okay, some banks did implement that. If you recall, kabhi line mein lag ke bill jama karaya to wo udhar implement hota tha. Anyways, again, the cost of implementing that control throughout the branch network was significantly higher than the type of fraud that was occurring. So you let that happen. Okay, we will have fraud instances, we'll get some sort of insurance for it, or maybe we won't. We will just write it off as a fraud and then we'll handle it at the branch level. So there's not a lot of controls that you can build in at every level. But on procurement policy, what you can do is, what is the level of discretion that procurement officer can exercise? Okay. If that level of discretion is an acceptable level, and that happens, you have a 25,000 limit for petty cash, or maybe a year expense limit of 500,000, you may have certain thresholds that you can put in place, which is basically your way of saying that, okay, I'm trusting you with this much money. But once you cross that, then you have to engage X, you have to engage Y, or go through that process. Okay. How can we detect fraud from bank statements and in treasury functions? Okay, these are prescriptive questions. Treasury function frauds, if it's the bank treasury functions, there are a lot of things that can happen. And what you need to understand is it depends on, you first need to know that there has a fraud that has occurred, and then you can dig into deeper. For example, if you have reason to initiate an investigation against your treasury people, then you can confiscate their computers, you can go through their emails, go through all the, because in one of the frauds, treasury function has to carry out parallel trades. Sometimes you have to segregation of duties. So you have to confiscate their computers, go through their correspondences and try to detect whether that has happened. But you can't do that just out of your own standard process. You have to have a process where somebody reports a fraud or you suspect something of a fraud. So just because predication is necessary, you have to establish that something requires investigation. You can't just initiate an investigation as such. We're going to cover that in the next session. Okay. And being internal auditors, how can we report fraud of CEO, who is the owner, to BOD? This would be at the stake of job. It's not, yes, it will be at the stake of, but that should not be the grounds of keeping quiet. If you take a job as an internal auditor, you do know that there is an administrative reporting to the CEO, and there is a dotted line reporting to the committee of the board. So it's your chairman audit committee, and this is the reason that you have, you are allowed, a time alone with the board and audit committee, and it's always a touchy subject where you are standing off against the CEO, and it's not always going to end well. Sometimes it's basically the last conflict that you have in an organization. A lot of people, a lot of friends of myself are have had this experience, and they had to switch jobs, or they had to sometimes, sometimes the CEOs were fired basically. So you have to play it tactfully. And in my career, I have gotten a lot of CEOs and deputy CEOs removed from multinational organizations or some organization. It just depends on how you play it right, because it depends on first your showcasing of the incident, your thoroughness of your work, the depth of your work, and then it depends on the board's appetite for proper corporate governance, how they want to take it. And the board can basically go in several directions. One is basically they can let things go. So there was this is a story that I can share. Sometimes people think that reporting frauds of CEO or a director is going to matter, but sometimes you do find out that the board was already aware of it, and this is their way of letting him run those things. And because to them, the example is that the CEO is getting, for example, 35-40 lakhs a month salary. He's making like 20 lakhs out of his contracts or whatever. So he's costing us around like 50 lakh or 60 lakh per month, more like that. But he's running our 32 billion rupees company, or 60 billion rupees company, and he's just reporting, letting everything else work aside. So board knows what is going on, but the board is decisively not acting about it. And in that case, this is your call now as an internal auditor. Do you want to continue working in that organization, or you want to transition yourself out? Okay. In our local environment, there is a tendency to use whistleblowing platform for political point scoring against others, which tend to waste auditors' time and effort in case that has no material impact. But on the other hand, you can't simply ignore them either. What's the best way? Achha, this is a very good question, although it's a very common question. It happens globally. So you always have a process of shortlisting. Okay, you have a process of skimming all the complaints and reducing them somehow. Now that process can be manual as well. You can have people sifting through all the complaints and saying, okay, you need to have a classification mechanism. Okay, types of fraud. What is the fraud being reported? What is the evidence that is being proffered? Should it be investigated or not? And in fact, it's the audit committee that needs to evaluate this type of report review on a quarterly basis. And so that process has to be there. You have to filter out all the complaints. Now, technology, fortunately, this is where technology can really help you out on that. These large language models can really help out in assessing that how many complaints. For example, you get 1,000 complaints. Okay, now you can apply natural language processing. You need people who are expert in that, but technology can help you with that. You can filter out that these are the complaints which are actually present with evidences. They're talking about an actual allegation and not some opinions. These are the allegations which may not have any evidence, but they are talking about an actual or perceived fraud. And these are allegations. So you can play a lot of around with that. I think there are some tools out there as well, natural language processing. And I think that's a very interesting idea to work from different angle as well, for designing a tool for auditors, so that even if you get 1,000 complaints, you can at least have a first run. It's not going to be perfect. Technology is never perfect, but it can have a first run in filtering out all the allegations. How to deal with a situation where some board member is also involved, like a chairman audit committee. You're in the wrong organization, and it happens. It happens a lot. That's why he was the chairman audit committee. Okay. So it depends. See, this is a situational thing. So if for example, in certain boards, there are power struggles within the board as well. Okay. And if you are within that organization and you are senior enough to discover that chairman audit committee is part of a fraud, you should also be senior enough to understand what are the power struggles of the board. And you can find out who to report the fraud to in that case. Okay. How much inherent control is improved with the help of digital automation? System design itself has limitation to control. Achha, let's, as professional accountants, the best thing that we have from our upbringing is the attention to detail. But whenever we talk about technology, we always forget that part. We always resort to generalizations, digital automation, machine learning, AI, deep learning, neural networks. We need to be working at a third level of detail. We need to be understanding that what are we actually talking about. So if you're talking about digital automation, you have to understand what are you actually talking about. Are you talking about a production floor like Tesla and something like that, or are you talking about an ERP? Are you talking about system? So you have to dig deeper. Okay. So don't consider digital automation. Just talk about what the system is. If it's a system, it's a set of internal control. It can be exploited. Is it being exploited? So there's a question you need to ask. System design itself has limitation to control. How to ensure health of this control check? I'm going to answer in a very different fashion right now. Automation does not have to mean black box. Okay. And this is happening in organizations which are very heavily putting reliance on data science. Okay. And an unfortunate trend has started to appear. The people who are applying data scientists are sometimes not actually data scientists, they are business analysts. Okay, there's a difference. Data scientist means that he can design models, he understands the mathematics behind the model. A business analyst merely apply the models. Okay, and in that case, we are coming up with black box solution. Okay, so when I was working in that technology company, I was told that you've got data scientists implementing anti-fraud controls. I said, okay, fine. I need to see the code. Okay, and I need to know what is that. And you'll be surprised how many times a lot of things have been labeled as data science, but they were actually if and else checks, which you can implement yourself. Okay. So if you're talking about technology, we have to understand that don't resort to black box. If you are dealing with a vendor who fails to explain to you what is going on under that automation process, that's a red flag. You need to get into, you need to have an understanding of that. Okay. Giving insurance claim to one auto workshop by CEO, is it a sign of fraud? If yes, how can we check that? No, you have to be specific. What auto workshop? Does the CEO owns that auto workshop? If you have a suspicion, you are free to investigate on your own suspicion, but sometimes you have to have more than suspicion just to that feeling. It should be based on certain things that you have noticed. Maybe you have noticed that the phone number is same, or perhaps the owner of that workshop was very frank with the CEO or something like that. So just go beyond a little bit from the gut feeling, then see what is bothering you, then see how you can investigate it. Okay? It's not up to you to carry out recce of the CEO's home or to listen to his phone conversation. You're not ISI or FIA, but just specifically, it's not going to be a solution for that. How to highlight if there is any collusion between CEO and board member? These are generic questions, especially if audit committee member is involved. You have to focus on what is happening. So money going out, focus on that, money going out. Where in this whole organization, you think about it from a systems perspective. In fact, I don't know if in our curriculum system theory is taught, but can this be silent? Okay. So I don't know if system theory, but I would encourage you all to read systems theory and understand everything is basically input, process, output. Okay. So output, if it's in the form of a payout or in the form of a benefit, see who is benefiting from there. Okay. If you detect from there an access that then involves the board or CEO director, then you have a problem. Obviously, if it's a private limited company, you can't really do anything about it. Okay, you can walk away. But if it's a public limited company, you have a lot of forums where you can complain or something like that. Go beyond it. But you have to think it from the perspective. It's just that if there is any, how do you detect collusion? You don't detect collusion first. You first detect what is that collusion achieving. If that collusion is achieving a preferable payment, preferable vendor selection, higher dividend payout, or something like that, earning manipulation, whatever it is, that will give you the trigger of going after that who now these things are involved. But obviously, to detect collusion, you need to investigate correspondences. To detect correspondences, you need a formal investigation process, which we are going to cover next. Okay, so there are nuances on that. So I'll pause the question coverage. What's the responsibility of chair, finance committee in respecting knowledge of suspicion for the finance one? Is this something formed to the board? Acha, okay, I'll cover this. The last question is a good question. I'm assuming the finance committee is a committee of the board, and that chair finance committee is a board member as well. But if it's not, if it's a ManCom, management committee, and there's a person who is independent of the finance department and is looking after the finance department's activities, is this a responsibility from the board? Obviously, because board eventually has the ultimate responsibility of the internal control. Okay, that should be clear. I'm covering it in the next tomorrow session as well. But board has the ultimate responsibility. So whoever is at the ManCom level, if they do detect that there is some fraudulent activities, they should go to the board, preferably to the chairman audit committee. Why? Because they have a suspicion. You will use the word suspicion. They don't know if the fraud has occurred yet. So they need to have a discussion with the board that if a thorough investigation should be carried out. It is up to the board to understand that how they want the fraud to be investigated. Will they do it through the internal audit department? Will they use an external expert like me or whatever? That is their prerogative. They can do whatever they want. But it should not be a question that if there is a suspicion, it should not be discussed. So if there's a chair finance committee, they feel that finance department is involved, they should discuss with somebody. Whether that should be the board or the CEO first, it depends on who that finance committee is. Now, the finance committee is a committee of the board, then definitely the board has to be informed. But it's a management committee, and you feel that CEO can be a reasonable person to investigate. He's not connected to the fraud. He or she is not connected to the fraud. Then you can go to the CEO as well in this case. Perfect. Thank you. Let's now focus on this fraud investigation section. Now, this section is, I'll see if I can, okay. This section also has a PDF file. I'll ask you to open it. I'll tell you when it comes. Okay. Okay. Achha, we went through a long Q&A session. It's one thing very interesting to learn about that. We go all over the place. When we're talking about, specifically when we're talking about fraud, वो हमारा mind पे vary करता है, हमारा mind पे differ करता है, और ज़्यादातर abstraction पे जाता है. Fraud investigation is anything but abstraction. Okay, it's a very scientific activity. It has to result in concrete evidence with zero intuitive quality control added. Okay, so this clicker is black. It's a very specific statement you have to make. I'm sorry, blur हो रहा था. This clicker is black. It's a very specific objective statement. Fraud investigation का output इतना clear होना चाहिए. Okay, you can't go all over the place. You can't carry on suspicion. You can't be vague about things. So if you're carrying out an investigation, you have to carry it out in a way that results in evidences which can be quoted. Fact of the matter is, the forensic word has become so commonplace. Everybody's using forensic. Forensic का मतलब क्या है? Forensic is, it refers to an evidence or a piece of information that can withhold legal scrutiny. It can be admissible in the court as an evidence. Okay, so forensic medicine में जो evidences doctors जमा कराते हैं या forensic examiner हम जो काम करते हैं, the idea is that we have to give the evidence in a way that the court cannot reject it. So if I carried out a laptop review in West Wharf, Karachi, and the documentation was submitted in SEC USA or in a court in USA, so how can they believe, the court in the United States of America, how can they believe that this evidence that I'm saying that the CEO was involved in bribery and corruption, how can they accept? Maybe I'm fabricating it. So this whole process is the ultimate objective of a fraud examination. That's not just the finding, but the evidences are so robust that they withhold legal scrutiny. And this is the process to go about it. It's not going to give you tips and tricks, okay? It's going to give you first the discipline of a process. So instead of going all over the place, you have to come up with a scientific approach where you're going to go by. Your intuitive skills, your detective skills are going to play a part in which you're connecting the dots of information that are coming out of this. And obviously the depth of information that you're looking at. So I've seen people actually looking at the same information and not really picking up a very obvious fraud, and that can happen. Okay, so the process is basically 5 different significant identifiable components. These are presented as linear, but they don't need to be linear. Brainstorming, planning, collection, evidence gathering through analysis, and reporting and closure. So you have to always think of these terms, the where am I? Okay, this is a roadmap. You have to put yourself in a roadmap because investigations cost money. Okay, if you are an internal auditor, you have your own annual plan to cover. You have all your different, activities, day-to-day activities. If you're an investigator, professional investigator, you have different jobs to manage. You can't give 100% of the time to all of them, all of the different activities. So you have to be very wise about how to spend your time. That doesn't mean cutting corners, but that also means that you have to have a roadmap in hand. Just like in the audit activity, you are bound by the audit plan. That audit plan has to be comprehensive, but there's a plan because you have to meet deadlines as well. And this is why, back in 2018, I asked ICAP to share this presentation with everyone as well, because we need a standard protocol for investigation as well. Although there is, Khurshid has, been advocating certain forensic standards as well. So I'm providing my input on that, and hopefully that will be a good beacon of support as well. Okay, some key points. Fraud investigator needs solid business operation insight as well as accounting expertise. I've been teaching with some universities as well, and whenever you go to a university, they say, we need you to teach forensic accounting. I resisted a lot in the initial ones, but I then said that, okay, it's an academia perspective that they want to keep. There's an interesting history behind the term forensic accounting, actually. Al Capone, he was a very notorious gangster in the US, probably in the 30s or 50s. I don't know, I remember. But he was behind a lot of different criminal activities. He was behind murders of law enforcement officials as well. But the way, there was a very clever FIA agent, and he's considered as the father of forensic accounting. Again, I'm forgetting the name. But he basically came a indirect net worth calculation of, trying to entrap into saying that Al Capone basically owed the US government some tax liability which he did not pay. So they found out that breakthrough came after that a whistleblower, one of the cashiers of a casino. She shared all the information that where the things are happening, where money is going, where the money is happening. And even after that, they had to use this tax avoidance thing to trap and arresting Al Capone. From there on, the term forensic accounting has become very popular and it's being taught. Obviously, it contains a lot of analysis activities as well. Do this, look at that ratio, things like that. But in my practical experience and all after talking to certain very senior forensic experts around the globe, 80% of the forensic examination business is still classical fraud examination. It is technology dependent, but accounting is a subset of it. It's not the entirely prevailing part of that activity. So just on that note. But apart from accounting, you need solid business operations insight. So if you have done an audit of, for example, an FMCG company, और आपको ये नहीं समझ में आता कि procure to pay का पूरा process जो है उसके क्या-क्या nuances हैं, और आपको ये नहीं पता कि order to cash की क्या-क्या activities हैं. You're just looking at the numbers. आपने control testing के लिए जो ना बच्चा भेज दिया था, you haven't really read the manuals or things. So you won't be in a good position to understand where problems can occur and really detect the risks of the fraud. So dedicated standard, like we have a standard for. I'll cover that question next later on. So fraud investigator needs solid business operation insight. If you understand the business, you can understand what can go wrong in the business. So if I understand that if I have for example, related to forensic accounting. But if I understand how the data scientist is actually calculating search pricing, I can comment on whether that approach is the best approach or not, or maybe it can be better. So understanding of solid business operation inside is very important. In fraud investigation, perpetrator's identity is often suspected or known. The job of the fraud auditor is to prove that the perpetrator's actions resulted in the fraud. So this is also a key point. Most of the times you have somebody which has been alleged of a fraudulent activity. And so you have to understand that you have to link the fraud activity to that person, but not necessarily to that person, but to any other person of interest as well. Okay. There usually are no transaction trails for the actual activity perpetrated. There are no smoking guns. Clues to fraud usually come from small, seemingly insignificant inconsistencies in records, data, suspects' speech, or action. These are the three key points I want you guys to remember. There's hardly any transaction trail. Okay, there is no direct evidence of a fraud or bribe or corruption. They won't attach a birth certificate or a nikah to evidence that people are related. There is no transaction trail. You may not have any documentation at all. I gave you a baselining activity at the very start. When I did that investigation, there was actually no evidence of production of that drug other than which was actually sold. So we had all the evidence of production of that drug, and we had all the sales record of that drug, all of that reconciled. Okay. How do you detect that? That becomes very interesting that, okay, where to go from there? Because, and I've been in situations where the same, in fact, the last banking investigation I did, the report went all the way up to, then ED, now Deputy Governor. But in that case, actually, that similar instance was already looked at by another firm, and they were not able to detect anything wrong with the activity. And our report basically laid open all the different angles. Why? Because I knew how it needs to be investigated. And I went above and beyond the scope. No, not went above and beyond. I asked the management to increase the scope to cover correspondences as well and other effects, so that we have additional data points to evaluate. So what's the objective of fraud investigation? Fraud investigator needs to gather and analyze necessary evidence required by management and or legal authorities to determine the facts and circumstances surrounding the fraud or suspected fraud. The investigation may include legal advisor. It seeks to answer the following questions. Who did it? Why did he or she did it? How did they gain from the fraud? This is very important. What assets were taken and how were they converted into benefits? How, when, and where was the fraud perpetrated and concealed? What is the extent of losses? Were any laws broken? Practically speaking, there's a very the last point is not really very focused upon by organizations in Pakistan. We did the investigation again, the baselining case. That investigation did result in a very serious law being broken, but apparently the law did not require it to be reported. So the organization will not report that. So these are some outputs that are expected from the fraud investigation. And this is how I see this whole activity playing out. Now, on the boxes, you see all the 5 phases: brainstorming, planning, collection phase, evidence gathering through analysis, reporting, and closure. Just a little points about that. When you're doing brainstorming, you are basically identifying parties' investigation, parameters, and risks as input to the plan. Okay. And when you're identifying the party's investigation, you are setting up investigation parameter, what you're going to look at. Okay. Then planning, you are doing thorough planning, you determine focus, you help manage the investigation, and then you do a collection phase. That is important. In fact, there's a question that popped up for the blockchain investigation. The collection phase has to be everything. You have to understand that what are the activities that are being conducted by that person. Now, with an intent to conceal, Obviously, not a lot of information will be in the accounting records. You have to go beyond the accounting records. And we're talking about generally investigation. So, additional form of information is also applicable. So if you've got, for example, Google Workspace, you can activate Vault. You can stop people from deleting information and then confiscate that. So you have to collect electronic information as well, physical information as well. And then after you have collected it, there's an evidence gathering through analysis. You analyze all that information and then you gather evidence on that. Okay. And then you report. But this is not a linear activity. The first two are basically problem recognition and definition phase. So those people who may have joined late, I did cover a lot of different things at the start, but this is basically to set up a standard forensic investigation process so that people have a very clear guidance on how to go about an investigation process. We will cover some nuances, perhaps in tomorrow's session as well, because we are going to talk about specific things. I'll try to cover, the digital banking or digital frauds as well in that area. The collection and evidence gathering phase is a cycle. Okay, it's not a linear activity. You will take one information, you will analyze it, you'll find something, then you will have to go back. You may find out that you were following a very wrong lead. The person of interest may not be the right person of interest at all. So you go back, you acquire more information, then evidence. So this is an iterative process. You analyze data, you create test hypothesis. Hypothesis is basically your understanding, what you feel could have happened for the fraud to occur. But then that hypothesis may get changed, that no, this is something else. They have a separate process to handle situation A. So you go again, define the hypothesis, do more collection and evidence gathering. And this is where you have to be very wise about it, because you have a budget of time and cost, and this is where you need to be smart. If you feel that you need to do a lot more work than the time and budget that is allowing, this is the time to have the conversation with whoever has mandated that investigation, that look, this has to be an inexpensive one, or you should not go about it at all, because you're not likely to detect the right evidence. Okay, now I do have a handout. How do I show the handout? Okay, I've asked ICAP people to share with me an email address of all the people who have registered. So I'll share the presentation copy and the handout with the participants. The handout has a lot more detail on that front, but we are going to cover the key aspects in this session. So brainstorming is objective to identify relevant parties, understand and confirm scope, and initiate the investigation based on initial understanding. Brainstorming phase का पहला purpose ये है. Relevant parties you need to identify. Why? Because you need to see इनसे related सारे records चाहिए, इनका HR का record चाहिए, इनका अपना हो सकता है आपको computer confiscate करना पड़े. It all depends कि करना क्या है. You need to identify who are the relevant parties. क्योंकि बहुत सारी दफा ना you only get one chance actually to capture all the data. Otherwise, people get alert and they start deleting things. You lose valuable time. Understand and confirm scope. Scope, अगर आपको याद हो audit जो आपने पढ़ा था, nature, timing and extent of procedures. Okay, so I'm using just the word scope. लेकिन brainstorming stage पे you have to define the scope. Initiate the investigation based on initial understanding. अभी आपकी initial understanding है. You have some board members concerned. You have some audit, whistleblower allegation, but you want to start based on the hypothesis. And then तो ये brainstorming phase में आप ये सब काम कर लेंगे. It's preferably documented. Then you jump to planning. Brainstorming planning फर्क है. Brainstorming is high level, and then planning में आप उसको actually plan out करते. It's essential to help ensure the investigation has clear objective, and that the strategy aligns with that objective. Investigations by nature can grow rapidly and lead an investigation team in many directions. Therefore, it is important that each step is properly considered in terms of where it is going. So you have to understand that whatever step you're taking, what is the purpose of that step? What is it likely to go into? Don't unnecessarily cut down on steps as well, but you should know that what you're doing and why. Okay. And obviously, planning, when you're planning, it also helps you to answer what is the objective of doing this. What is the hypothesis I'm testing? What is the fraud theory? You have to come up with the fraud theory first. That based on the allegation, based on the suspicion of a board member or something, what do you feel as an investigator is the likely approach the person may have conducted. The more precise the allegation is, you will have some answers of yourself, but the more broader the concern, that's where your expertise comes in. For example, uh, uh, when I get approached by board members, they usually do not have a very clear idea of what might be going wrong. So they may say that, yeah, there's something wrong in the Islamabad office. Okay, so we need to look it up. So then you need to, like, Khushi also shared that sort of example, right? That we knew that something was not right. So at that level, you need to very quickly, precisely look and zoom into whatever things can go wrong. Then you need to understand what is the engagement strategy. Then what is the progress towards achieving the objective? Uh, have we achieved our objective at the conclusion of the engagement? And it's not likely. There might be times where you do not have a conclusive engagement activity. What other service providers may we be working with on this engagement? Council, discovery service providers, and have we defined the roles and responsibilities? In this case, in fact, a lot of times you do need expert help. Perhaps you're in the insurance industry and you suspect there's something going on, a very elaborate scheme where your actually is also involved. So from your end, you also need somebody who can perform those calculations for you. In our case of the pharmaceutical, we did utilize technical expertise of laboratory QA processes and the pharmaceutical expert. So I'll cover that in a bit as well, but you need to understand that who are you going to be dealing with? Are you the master of all, or do you need expert? Do you need e-discovery expert, somebody who can acquire digital data in a forensically sound manner? The work plan needs to be cognizant of specific jurisdictional issues, such as specific limitation requirement unique to that area. So you can't really investigate everything. You can't really just close the door, hold people hostage, ask them to give up their phones and go into their data. So you have to understand what is the legal right that you have. Consider forensic accounting and benefit analysis. Forensic accounting is the application of investigating analytical skill for the purpose of resolving financial issues in a manner that meets standard required by code of law. That's the forensic definition. So do consider those tools as well. Benefit analysis का मैं quick description देता हूँ. It's a very interesting phenomena. Benefit analysis में ये होता है कि एक ऐसी population जिसकी कोई finite limit ना हो. Like for example, number of rooms in a hotel. That is a finite population. But the length of the river can be infinite. It can be anything. It does not have natural bounds. So in that case, there is a very interesting hypothesis which says that there is a natural occurrence of digits in certain area. So when you apply benefit analysis on transactions, the system can give you an output that, okay, in this population, we feel that the frequency of natural occurrence of numbers is not normal. Okay, so in that case, it can be really helpful in selecting transactions for testing. Okay, that's the first primary test. It's not a fraud detector tool by any means. It's the first step. Some people do showcase it like I detect fraud using benefit analysis. No, you don't detect fraud using benefit analysis. You use benefit analysis to select transaction, which you then test and then prove that a fraud has occurred. Again, certain participants did raise hands. I'll request you to cover those in questions, and then I'll cover those. Asha, forensic accounting is the application of investigative analytical skills. Now, that happens is basically in forensic accounting, what you're doing is you are utilizing your accounting principles and you are examining those numbers, applying your accounting knowledge to understand those numbers. So there are a lot of tools I'll cover in the tomorrow's session. I'll try to take out those certain tools. You have done all ratio analysis, okay? And with forensic accounting, you do need some sort of like a benchmark. So if you are looking at certain ratios which are not in line with the industry standard, or they are not making any sense, or sometimes forensic accounting application one was basically a trend analysis basically, which was Bernie Madoff case. I think it was in which one analyst was saying that this guy was not actually true with the numbers because his returns were smooth. Okay, and anybody who knows basic economics says that returns can't be smooth in all the markets. So even if the market is going up, He has a certain level of income. Even if the market is going down, he's got a similar level of income. So he was running basically an Ponzi scheme, but the application of a trend analysis was very simple enough to detect that this is something wrong. So in tomorrow's session, I'll cover those key contents of the forensic accounting as well. So from the process, what you need is basically establish project management protocols. You need to have good project management. If you are hired by people, you need to give them good status updates, periodic updates, good reports to establish some project management protocol for yourself. If you're working alone, even then you need to have some sort of like a discipline in that approach. Identify and obtain necessary skills and resources. If you don't have the necessary skill and resources, that means you need to engage an expert. If you feel that this investigation requires a pharmaceutical expert, you need them. Maybe you can leverage them from within the organization, but still you need to identify whether you have those skills or not. Sometimes you might feel that examining somebody's cell phone is very important, and the company has provided the cell phone, so it's company property. You can confiscate it, but you don't have the skill to examine it, so you need somebody else. So identify what skills and resources you need. Non-forensic professional is what I meant when I said, the forensic expert, pharmaceutical expert, and other people. They may have a specialized knowledge of how things are done. So maybe a treasury professional can guide you that how is the back office, the LC system works and how that can be misused. So you can have non-forensic professionals guide you in that process as well. Manage data preservation and retention. Data preservation is the primary thing that you have to take care of. If a laptop is being presented in US, New York, and it was confiscated in West of Karachi, the chain of custody document is basically going to explain how that it's preserved, how that the documentation is preserved. Communication is important. You have to document all the communication. Just a light-hearted quote, and I think I'll take a quick pause here and then cover some of the questions and then come back. It's a very, I just used this quote yesterday. I was talking to on a call, but yeah, poorly planned project will take 3 times longer than the original plan. A well-planned will only take us twice as long. So be prepared to be surprised. In a big forensic investigation, you can go, it's a rabbit hole. You have to dig yourself out of it. Now, certain questions came, is forensic audit covered in a dedicated standard like we have standards for external and internal auditing? Right now, no. There is a fraud examiner manual, which is issued by ACFE. That's a very comprehensive resource that can be used as a reference point. Some countries have come up with forensic standard. India has done it. Khushid is advocating that we adapt something and customize it for Pakistan as well. I'll be looking into that. But I think fraud examiner manual is more than sufficient. And there are country-specific forensic bodies. Canada has one, which have also issued certain standard. AICP also has, I think, a forensic standard. But in Pakistan, there is no dedicated standard. So in Pakistan, you can, if you're a professional practice provider, so you can go after, an agreed upon procedure report covering ACFE, the fraud examiner manual, but you can go after an agreed upon procedure report. Although if you talk to anybody from the Middle East, they will say that no, you have to express an opinion because that opinion is presented in the court as an expert opinion. So you have to give an opinion assurance, not the agreed upon. So in that case, the other assurance part, but not the audit assurance, the other assurance part comes into play, and that framework will then apply. What is the approach and method to identify frauds done in blockchain transactions, and does we have tools available to see transaction trail or maybe not? There are tools out there that show you the complete transaction history of certain wallets. With blockchain, you have to sort of separate certain things, and you have to understand what is going on. Like for example, if you're a banker, not in Pakistan, but there is just like an OFAC list or a sanction list. There is also a list of cryptocurrency wallets that have been used in ransomware or in other type of financial crime. That blacklist list of wallet is used basically to carry out some KYC procedures if you're dealing with virtual assets. But if you are aware of a wallet. How? That is entirely up to you. You may have been examining the computer of somebody. You may come across a crypto wallet over there. You may ask the employee to confiscate that. What is the wallet address which they are keeping on their official computer? Again, official. You have to have boundaries because you can't really go into personal data. But if you have that wallet, then there are tools that can show you all the transactions. What you're going to pick out of that transaction? It depends, because what are you looking after? Maybe you're looking after people giving kickbacks on that crypto wallet. You can, that is one data point that you can come. You can collate. You can align the dates with some allegation. You will not get 100% match. You will get red flags. For example, this was the day of the procurement committee meeting, and you were supposed to sign off on the procurement transaction, and this is the date in your crypto wallet. Then we see a deposit coming from somebody, and you are not able to probably give a sufficient, well enough explanation. But again, this is a very simple explanation. Getting that crypto address, asking for that, it has a lot of legal loopholes to follow, which may not easily be available. Okay, at what stage brainstorming should be done? Well, it's the first stage is definitely brainstorming, but you can always do brainstorming in a cyclical activity. It's not a linear activity. You may find out that we have been looking at this thing completely differently. Maybe this is how they have happened. So to explain, fine. Coming back to the slide deck. Yeah, this is where I put the PDF file. Okay, so collection phase, basically the objective is to assemble relevant evidence in order to focus the investigation and identify issues with respect to information gathering. There are three types of things that you're gathering at this stage, basically: electronic information, physical information, and human information. Human information, as you might already know, relates to interviews and other information that you're gathering from interviews. Let's try to, oops, sorry. What did I do? Yeah, can you try to open? No, I think you have to come out of the presentation mode to open it, I think. We'll just have a quick glance on the PDF document. I want to see what I put there in the electronic side. Yeah, to screen share this PDF. Yeah, click it. I'm not going to go through the entire content. I made this document so that you guys can have a ready reference of at least in a sufficient detail so that you're not second guessing on different things. But I'll see that. Okay, so here's the collection phase. Slightly different, processes. Obviously, first to understand the information landscape, किस type का data मौजूद है, legal constraint क्या है, IT की क्या चीजें मौजूद हैं, things like that. Consider chain of custody. ये बहुत important है. और this is what I want to collection phase में chain of custody. Probably ये point दोबारा presentation में भी आएगा. Can you zoom in a bit because people probably can't figure out. Cell phone screen को भी होंगे लोग तो मसला होगा. Just keep it on. ये पेज चेंज हो गया. पेज चेंज. आपके टेक्स्ट में. और okay. So electronic information, obviously, उसको collect करना भी एक specialized process है. The scope is right now here not the right thing, but I would encourage anybody interested in this area to talk to your cyber security guys. Normally, जो हमारे cyber security professionals हैं, they have been accustomed to the forensic collection matter, although they don't practice it as such. They will tell you things about right blocker or something like that. There are certain considerations of electronic information. I'll see अगर आगे की slide में है, but I'll share my input on that. लेकिन ये है कि you can get guidance on that. NIST guidance is NIST, National Institute of Science and Technology. This is the US organization. They have issued very thorough guidelines for digital forensic as well that you can see. But primary concept is chain of custody. Is exist in Pakistan as well. आपको कानून शहादत है या एविडेंस एक्ट है, उसमें प्रोसेस बताया गया है कि how would the investigator actually log the evidence. That is where the legal cases are made or broken. It doesn't happen in the court. It happened at that stage when you're logging the evidence. That chain of custody is very important. So if this clicker is in my possession right now, tomorrow it gets presented into the court of law in Lahore, for example. The investigator will have to prove how this clicker traveled from this desk to the court. So it can be a process where they're going to bag it into a sealable, pre-numbered envelope. They're going to fill out all the contents, the description of this case. They might get me to sign off, or they might get a witness to sign off that, okay, these two witnesses saw this clicker being confiscated from Mr. Dishan, put into a evidence sealing bag. The evidence number sealing bag number was then torn and then logged into the evidence logbook. And this is how this bag is now then traveling all the way to the court. Sometimes, there might be a process in between. For example, I confiscate this laptop, but then somebody has to analyze this laptop. So it has to be imaged first. First, I have to create an image out of it. So there's a specialized procedure of that. All of that procedure, they have to be very, defensible in the court. And chain of custody is one of the primary concepts on that. Okay, third-party information is also important. Electronic and digital professional. So electronic information, obviously digital evidence is very important in this day and age. Or you need to, if you're doing a forensic investigation in your organization, you need to have a basic set of equipment in order to carry out any basic set of forensic investigation. So if you are in a large company, all of these things cost money. You need to have certain devices and certain training to carry out, take custody of digital evidence, run it through some checks, and go through it through the evidences, mark it, try to understand what the results are. And there are different tools that are out there that enable you to do that. First is the hardware-based equipment that you have to confiscate. I'll show some pictures of it in the presentation later on. And you have to first understand that you have to take custody of a computer. You can't really continue to open a laptop. If the laptop is open, you can't close it. If it's closed, you can't open it. And that's the confiscation stage. And that stage, you have to take out the hard drive if the computer was off. You have to take out the hard drive. You have to image it in a forensically sound manner. Because one thing is, whenever we open our computer, okay, now, for example, if there's an employee and that employee was actually involved in some fraudulent conduct, and when he got suspicious that I'm being chased, he immediately deleted a lot of information and then shut down his computer. Now, if you're a novice investigator, you might just open up his computer to look into his data. This is where you have made a very significant, error. And if it is a US-based investigation, and they found out that you opened the desktop without any, protection, then the evidence becomes inadmissible, because in your possession, the hard drive was manipulated. So when the computer is shut down, the hard drive has a fingerprint of it. It is expressed in the 64-character hash code. Okay, so hard drive has a footprint. When you start a computer, the operating system starts writing things on the hard drive, and you lose the chance of recovering any deleted files. So that's where you have to understand that image, you seal the original hard drive, you don't touch it. Whatever analysis you have to do, you do it on the image. And then from the image, you carry out audit evidence. So this process is called e-discovery actually, and your cybersecurity people will have a skill set related to that. Internet connection is good. Okay. Collect data so that it is admissible. Minimal handling of the original. Account for change. Comply with the rules of evidence. Do not try and examine the data in a new manner or in a way that is beyond your current level of knowledge or skill. Retain and safeguard data. Define the process. And for external service providers, should management request that all existing documentation will be delivered to them, destroyed, and no copy to be maintained by the practice request. Actually, this point is important. ये handout मैंने बनाया था ताकि you guys can as a practitioner follow it. This ये जो fourth bullet point है ये बड़ा important है. Sometimes investigation आपसे कराई जाएगी और आपसे कहा जाएगा कि आप अपने control में कोई data नहीं रख सकते. सही है. अब इसमें problem क्या है? Problem ये है कि if I have issued a report, my report is 700 pages long, and it will result in somebody significantly getting business cut down, or there might be a lawsuit. So when you're doing a forensic investigation, you have to expect that there will be a lawsuit. Okay, so if there will be a lawsuit, and I'm called upon as somebody on whose reliance certain actions were taken, what is my defense? If I'm losing all the evidences or all the files, what is my defense? So, legal input should be obtained. There needs to be very strong indemnification from the part of the company. So if somebody is saying I can't keep any record, so I would amend my engagement letter. I will add a lot of significant indemnification, that even if I get a court presence order, my presence and my traveling and my expense should also be paid by the company. So if they are willing to pay for everything for how so long the case can go, then they can have this luxury of asking me not to keep any copy. Otherwise, if they are asking me to investigate, I will have something, or the firm will have something in their record. This has actually happened. The firm, very reputable firm, also engaged into some activity which unknowingly gets used against them in the court of law. And at the end, they don't have any evidence to back themselves, because the management did not allow them to keep records. So if you are going through something like that, it was not a forensic investigation. Actually, it was an agreed upon procedure engagement, and this happens. In that case, you have to have a very strong legal reputation. Can we go back to the presentation? Perfect. So, collection of physical information, we all know. Normally, see if it's in the consider chain of custody, and a little bit more about chain of custody. Is a process and a document. Who has had possession of an object and what have they done with it? It is simply a means of establishing that is material, no material change or alteration. One very good example of this is, if you guys follow news, there was a certain arrest made at the airport where a certain foreign model was arrested with allegedly arrested with a lot of drugs in her possession. That model, we also got to know that was freed from the court. And the primary reason she was freed from the court was because the evidence there was a gap in the possession of the evidence. So the sending of the evidence to the laboratory for testing, which came back positive for it to be a drug, that process did not have chain of custody. The sending process to the lab for testing, and since the link is broken from the arrest to the testing to the eventual submission of the evidence in the court of law, then you don't have a case to begin with, and this can happen. So chain of custody is very important. So I see certain people have raised their hand. I would request them to send a question, and I'll cover that once I've covered this. So now, why is the chain of custody also important? And this is where you need to understand that sometimes if you are going to a client and you have asked for some information, yes, can everybody send the question? Sorry, there are certain people who are raising hand. I'm asking them to send the question. Can they send? Everybody can send, right? Yeah, I would request the
We
two.
can allow for on.
I would request the people who raised hand to kindly send the questions on the channel. I think a question pop up on my feed and I can address them. So let's abnormally firms key teams when they go and they are looking at certain activities. Hota kya hai ki teams are then placed into a room. Okay, there is a liaison person who is appointed, who is responsible for giving them all the information, and they give their request to that person, and then that person is bringing all the information to them. And so this area now requires a little bit of thorough documentation from you as an investigator. You have to understand that there are different levels of flow that happen. So first person is you are the investigation team, the second circle from the right, but you might have received the information from somebody, which is the liaison. Okay, they might have gotten the information from the departmental representative. Okay, that departmental representative might have gotten the information from whoever is the record keeper of that information. Okay, that custodian, then the departmental custodian, but eventually that information belongs to somebody else. Okay, so if it's a letter, it might be relating to certain particular senior manager, certain particular director. So you as an investigator, you have to be visible on this ultimate owner of that information, because if you find something wrong in a letter, if you find something wrong in a documentation, if you find a finding, now you have to see that who owned this documentation. Okay, and this is where you cannot blame it on the liaison that was providing you the information. You have to know that who was the eventual person who was providing you that information, and then you record it. This helps because when you come up with findings, then the management is going to say, "Oh, look, we had more information we had to give you, and we just couldn't give it." And this is the time that they're going to invent documentation. And this is where you can tell that no, you already got the chance, you got my query, you gave me X, and this more information that you're submitting, you should consider it. But this is happening after I've disclosed some finding to you. Okay, so it significantly reduces the admissibility of it. Okay. Now, third-party information is very interesting, and I've seen in the recent like 5-6 years, social media information is also very useful in forensic investigation. Third-party information can be simply the surface web, So if, for example, there is a philanthropist who is getting funding from a donor organization for spending money in the schools of interior SIM, and that philanthropist hired a third party as an agent to carry out all the activity. But that third party's website also lists her as a director. Okay, so this is where you have this connection. It was on the surface web. In fact, if that website is deleted, there are certain ways where you can always get information from deleted websites as well, which is basically Wayback Machine, because Wayback Machine is basically an internet archive. It just crawls the web and takes snapshots of certain website at certain point in time. So if you are ever investigating any website and you may suspect that vendor may have, immediately changed their website overnight just to avoid removal of the person name or connection, some Facebook post or whatever, you can go to Wayback Machine and then you can look at different snapshots. It does not, I think, cover Facebook. Social media companies don't allow it a lot, but there are certain things that can be covered in that. Social media feeds have increasingly become very normal. There are things, for example, there are social media evidences of vendor and procurement officer collaboration. And in the last investigation I did, the social media was basically, I figured out one person's connection from their distinct family. So there were that person had a vendor who had a Facebook post, and the very first post was liked by certain people, and they had their family listed, and on that there was a brother which was connected for that. So all of that can be traced from social media. I'm sure a lot of you are considered, aware of the term stalking, but that helps in forensic investigation. We have a word for it as well, and cybersecurity professionals are aware of that. It's called OSINT, open source intelligence. So open source intelligence is very interesting. There is a very useful book out there as well on OSINT, but that gentleman does not really put it out there in electronic format. You have to buy it from Amazon. So that's about $98 probably. Shipping costs extra. So that you can look into. But social media is where we have been getting a lot of good insights. Then you have government sources. We all know about the excise lookup. You have a car, you can reverse look up their license plate. You do have, to a certain level, ability to search CNICs as well. Okay, it's a tricky subject. It's a tricky subject, and but you have to look into it. And government sources can be simple as a 7 SMS of CNIC to 7,000, and resulting in feedback of the father name, common father name, like in some investigation. So all of this is publicly available information. Third-party information relates to publicly available information, but not everything has to be publicly available. There are certain sources where you can get into a process and get that information. SECP, for example, does allow anybody to pay a challan and look into the filings of any private limited company to some criteria. What they do is they put you in the room, and you can't take anything with your room. You can't have laptop or anything. You can just take a piece of paper and a pencil, and they will bring the company's files to you, and then you can see those files. Where was that important? We had an investigation where, okay, I'll cover that in the tomorrow session, but it required looking at Form A and Form 29 and seeing the director composition. Who is the director of this company? And this is where you go. And unfortunately, the way around was that these guys started non-filing. So they stopped filing when they changed the director, put somebody else. They stopped filing the Form A, Form 29, and they were in violation. So they'll pay the penalty, but they disguise the fraud. Okay. So there are some forensic lab snapshots. This is, I'll explain this a little bit. Can we zoom into it a little bit? No, forget. So I'm talking about the left picture. The left picture, if you see the black silicon envelopes, these are smaller evidence bags. These are used for hard drives and things like that. The bigger ones can contain documentation. They can contain a laptop as well. And so these both have chain of custody forms printed on them, but these are not hard and fast. You can always fill out the chain of custody form, put it into the document, or fill it on top of it. It always matters. And the chain of custody, the envelope is important, because if you have to open up the laptop for whatever reason, if you have to open the envelope, then you have to keep the previous envelope inside and then create a new envelope to reseal that thing, so that the chain of custody remains intact. Okay. The string type thing that you see on top of the bags, that's an anti-static thing that you have to wear at your wrist, because your own static can fry the chips that you're dealing with. Now, on the bottom, the leftmost rectangle that you see, this is a Tableau write blocker. So what you see, if I want to create a forensic image of a hard drive, I will connect the hard drive to this device, and I will connect a fresh portable hard drive on the other end, and then I'm going to start the forensic investigation process. So this device is going to connect the drive to my computer, but it will prevent anything to be written on the drive. So it will preserve the drive as it is. Obviously, it has to be done in front of witnesses, preferably in front of witnesses, so that they can sign the image form as well. The big box that you see, it's a LogicU Falcon device. It helps us to confiscate significant number of hard drives simultaneously. And speed of execution is very important. In a slower device, it will take a whole day to actually make a image map of a hard drive. So this makes the process a lot faster. These are a bit expensive. The Tableau Write Blocker is still about $800 to $1,000. The Falcon used to be like $3,000, $4,000. It's still that way. And this pouch that you see at the back, this is the Faraday pack. So if you are confiscating a mobile, you know that mobile can be remotely wiped. You put it in a Faraday bag, so it cannot be, affected by anything. But that cell phone forensic is a specialized area. Leave it to the law enforcement officials. Example of evidence is a hard drive. If you see the hard drive, every hard drive has a serial number and a documentation, and then so all of this information is then recorded into the chain of custody form. A little bit more clearer picture of the evidence bags. You can get it on Amazon if you have got somebody. All of this can be bought from Dubai and Middle East. That's the closest to Pakistan. Examination tool EnCase is one of the most trusted tool. It's not necessarily the best tool, but it has the longest history of being admissible into the court of law in the US. So EnCase is one of the tools that you can use to examine the data. But if you're running on a budget, you don't have any legal filing compulsions, you can always use the open source autopsy tool, which does help you in that front. But you have to use different tools for different topics. Okay, you have to use autopsy for looking at the contents of the hard drive, but you can extract a PST file. You can use a separate software to examine the PST file. The PST file is for the email correspondence. One thing that I have not covered here is DT search. So basically, it's an elastic search based process, a tool that allows you to carry out very fast searches into documents and their contents. So that is also very useful when you're examining things. Finally, so you did some analysis, okay? You did some financial analysis, you did some non-financial analysis, you get lost in the process, but you're doing that. And what you're doing based on that is triangulation of information. So you're manipulating information for triangulation, and then you're getting a picture that this is the information of interest that I need, okay? And this is where you evaluate forensic soundness, okay? This is how I've did some analysis, I've got some information, I've got this piece of evidence. Does it withhold the forensic scrutiny? If yes, then I can call this an evidence. Not everything is an evidence. Not every piece of paper that the company gives you in evidence is an evidence. First, you have to see, is it telling a story? Is it a piece of a story? And then you can call it an evidence. So like, for example, we may have reviewed in one of the forensic audit that we did, Pakistan Railway forensic audit, and we may have gone through probably like 72,000 odd documents, but the evidence report had about probably 1/10 of the content. But still, you have to go through a lot of information to come up with evidence. And the job of obviously forensic is messy. This is the bank investigation. This is a gaming PC actually, which has to have the sufficient processing power to carry out a lot of different things. Okay, computers. And so what you see here is basically certain evidence files. The black hard drives are evidence files. I use SSD because these are faster. And all the different hard drives that you see are basically confiscated from, collected from the management. They are put into a reader of that sort, and the contents are being read, imaged on that front. So there are a lot of evidence files that are being connected. So it's a messy activity, but you have to get your hands dirty in order to process that. Yeah, it's like a 3 years old. Okay, so before talking about reporting and disclosure, although I can cover it so that we can cover the whole process, you have to consider government, regulator, or the third-party requirements. What were you doing? Who needs to be informed? What is your obligation? Who needs you to be informed on that? You have to prepare for potential litigation. If you're doing a forensic investigation, you're an expert hired from outside or inside, you have to prepare for potential allegation. If you fire somebody, they're going to come back with the unfair dismissal claim. Then third point, And this is where, if you are a practitioner, you are an audit firm partner or a practitioner, you're trying to cost your subject. This is where I'm very defensive. If somebody asks me to investigate, I tell them that yes, I'll investigate, and this is my price tag. But that's all I'm going to do for you right now. You need root cause analysis. That is an application of more expert knowledge. Okay, that although the root cause analysis can be done, but usually they want, okay, what should have been the alternate state. Okay, so you give them a root cause analysis, but to suggest an alternate state is a different suggestion altogether. So make sure that you're also pricing your service accordingly. This type of work requires a lot of in-depth activity. It will take up a lot of valuable time and resources. So you have to price it as a premium product. So perform root cause analysis, because sometimes you can identify how the fraud occurred, but what was the root cause of it? What were the internal control deviations, and why did those deviations occur? So when you say root cause analysis, that means you are asking 5 whys. So 5 whys, and you could come up to the actual reason of why things went south. So if for that, you need to understand that these are 2 different activities, and follow project closure protocol. Perfect. We've covered significant ground. Just certain things that you need to keep in mind. Fraud investigators gather and analyze the necessary evidence required by management legal authorities. You answer the queries like extent of fraud, monetary value, where and when the fraud took place, violation hui ke nahi hui. And you have to follow a sequence of activities, जो कि हमने एक cycle के तौर पे cover की. Process can be iterative. It may lead to additional finding, and the information collected and used need to be obtained, stored, and released based on strict traceable protocols to ensure the report withstands scrutiny. एक दफा और sorry for live है भाई. Okay, fine. So several people had their hands up. I think there's a time that we can cover questions. If I can, if people who put their hands up can share their question on the channel, I can see the question here and then I can respond. So one participant asked for the book name. I think on Amazon you can search the open source intelligence, tools and techniques. I think that's the name of the book, and I'm forgetting the author name, but you can find that out. It's a purple book, and that should be sufficient. So that's the purple book name. Okay. Any other question? Somebody just raised their hand. I would request them to put their question on the question panel. Like I can see that question there. No, then we can just do a quick recap of what we discussed today. I think that is going to be, there are 2 topics we can cover post the mass. Fraud definition and concepts, theory on fraudsters and behavioral understanding based on fraud triangle, diamond theory, fraud investigation process overview, nuances of evidence collection analysis, we covered that, and consideration for legal admissibility, prepare for litigation. These are the key takeaways that you need to keep in mind. Mudassir, you have your hand up. Can you put your question in the question panel or whatever information you have? I'll be on a standby on this key takeaway. Okay. Mudassir Raza, is not stalking unethical? Double negative हो गया ये. Is not stalking unethical? Well, stalking as a word is obviously it has a very different connotation. It is stalking there's a casual reference to the term, but stalking means that you are going after somebody for personal gain against the consent of the other person, and then obviously it's an unethical step. But open source intelligence means first, you are looking at data in the public domain. Okay. The purpose of inquiry is an investigation that is being mandated. You're not doing it for your pleasure or anything. We're talking about a corporate investigation, but corporate investigation doesn't mean that you're only looking at data that exists within the company's domain. Okay, you also can look at data in the public domain. So if I am putting out a picture, okay, if I'm putting out a post and the privacy is public, okay, then this is a legally admissible piece of evidence, okay, where it will become invasion of privacy. For example, there is a procurement manager, okay, they have pictures of traveling in the northern areas with a certain key vendors. That privacy is not public, okay, that privacy is private. Now, how you get access to that picture becomes important. If you apply unethical techniques, then it becomes a problem. But if somebody is sharing, they were entrusted with those photos, and they are now sharing it with you because of a whistleblowing complaint, you might consider it. But don't hang on to the word stalking. Obviously, it's unethical. But open source intelligence means data that is out there on social media. If it's on Instagram, you can see it. If it's on Twitter, you can see it. If it's on Facebook with a public setting, you can see it. If it's on a website, if it's on a portal, you can see it. So all of that is publicly available information and always can be discussed. Then what else are you going to look into? You're not going to invade into their privacy. If you're reading their emails, it depends. Are those corporate emails? Have you confiscated those emails from the server? If it's Google Workspace, do you have an official Google Vault hold on that? Or if it's a company server, do you have the consent of the company, not the employee actually? It's company data. If it's on a company computer, if it's on a computer server, it is company data and it can be examined. Okay. So in all of that cases, all this data is very fairly analyzable. Couple of more questions popped up. Can you share some case studies on forensic investigation? Yeah, Khurram, tomorrow there's a section. I think tomorrow there's a section of nuances of modern fraud investigations. So I'm covering a lot of case studies over there. I do have certain slides on that, but we'll cover that tomorrow. Today is Friday. We are going to wrap it up, and then we're going to reconvene at 2:15, so that we'll cover some more procedural aspects of it, and then we are going to cover. So tomorrow I'll share some exciting case studies, but if you are the same Khurram Shadad who is in EY, so we'll have some casual chats informally as well. Abu Bakar, you're saying, do you think legal studies, legal education or degree is beneficial for this profession? Awareness of laws is definitely important. As a chartered accountant as well, it's definitely important. It is beneficial, but studying law is important. But you see, from where are you standing as a perspective? You may not be the primary investigator. In US, in fact, in the FCPA investigation, the company does not hire or accountants in most cases. They hire attorneys. Attorneys then hire accountants. So, what was the difference? So, FMCG will hire an attorney firm, they will hire the accountancy firm, and then accountancy firm is going to support the process of e-discovery. So this is how the cycle usually goes. So you have to have a separate legal expert. If you study it, you have to understand the role. As I said, prepare for litigation. If you're doing an investigation, just because you have legal knowledge doesn't mean you may be able to defend yourself in the court of law and represent yourself. So you always have to have the right expertise, but it is definitely beneficial. For example, in the pharmaceutical example that I told you in the start, the Control of Narcotic Substance Act was the law that we were supposed to be aware of, and it was rightfully so, because there we found out at that time, there was some amendment later, I think possession of a controlled narcotic substance in excess of 1 kilogram was leading to life imprisonment, and excess of 5 kilogram was leading to death penalty. The allegation that we investigated had 20 kilogram of narcotic substance abuse. So that's, the things can get serious in that. I just joined. Please recap shortly. I think these ICAP is recording it. You can do the recording early. I will share the presentation definitely. Okay. This would start again at 2:15 till 4 p.m. I'm not very sure about 4 p.m. because I've requested that we wrap it up a little bit because you see the whole day session is good for physical. Virtual, it can be very long. So I've requested Asasab to sort of put the other section earlier, so we can cover probably in an hour the interviews, maybe like 45 minutes. We need interviews, report writing consideration, and certain legal considerations. So we'll need just 45 minutes probably. So 2:15 to 3 will be done, and then after 3 we'll need more 45 minutes for the fraud risk management presentation. So there's the lead IT audit of Pro Pakistan, Masood Pervez, will be presenting his presentation after that. So a lot of half duplex communication. Those of you aware of the modem in previous desktops understand what half duplex is. It's just me talking and just reading text. So hopefully it was not too boring. But let's break away at 12:30. And reconvene at 2:15. Yeah. These were the questions from here, and these were the key takeaways. After the namaz session, let's try to reconvene at 2:15. We'll have 2 more areas, fraud interviews. There are definitely, after all of this done, then comes the real issue of really confronting the fraudsters, right? And talking to them. There are very interesting issues, especially in the Pakistani context there as well. And obviously certain report writing consideration and legal nuances. So I think I'll pause there, and hopefully we'll reconvene after at 2:15 p.m. Thank you very much for listening.
रिकॉर्डिंग तो हो रही होगी। स्टार्ट कर लेंगे।
Product division. इसमें पावर पॉइंट पे क्लिक भी कर देना। वो एको हो रही है यहाँ पे कुछ। पावर पॉइंट पे क्लिक कर दो। अब नहीं वो मेरा
Assalamu alaikum. Welcome back, participants. And before we proceed, I wanted to just go over this key takeaways because some of the participants joined a little late. तो शुरू में context जो था वो थोड़ा clear नहीं था. So basically, how we have taken this process, obviously, is first to set some foundations regarding fraud investigation, what is forensic, and fraud examination, and approached it with a process way of thinking that how to go about it, what are the different things to consider, what are the factors that set apart a fraud investigation, and to have some sort of standardization in the process so that if you are carrying out an investigation for yourself, your nature of content that you are analyzing may vary, but the overarching process needs to be the same. It has to be standardized. And you need to follow a scientific approach to approach each new investigation. Obviously, in practical terms, there are professional practitioners, internal auditors who do come across these investigations fairly regularly. And but there are also other practitioners who may have to investigate wrongdoings, like for example, HR professionals and other professions. And the accountants, obviously, accountants, auditors do get to collaborate at least, or even execute certain investigations. But usually, if you're an internal accounting function of a company, you will probably not be leading a lot of investigations unless you're doing some operational inquiries as such. Usually, it will be your records, you as a custodian of accounting records, that are going to be on scrutiny. So what we did cover was basic elements of fraud definition and concepts, and we gave it a definition, we gave it a meaning, so that when you're encountering some wrongdoing in any way, shape, form, or manner, you should have some frame of reference. And we discussed about ACFE fraud tree, which could be a good reference in that point in time. We shared theory on fraudsters, behavioral red flags, and fraud triangle. These are some key concepts in understanding the frauds that happen in workplace. Then we took a deep dive into the fraud investigation process overview, which was a process, not necessarily linear, but at least with distinct phases, which will be based on hypothesis that you come up with for fraud examination, and you go into collecting information and then coming out with evidence. The collection was then further dissected to understand that what are the different evidence collection nuances or analysis. And the one key concept that I want you guys to take away from there is the chain of custody concept, and just a basic realization that your evidence has to withhold scrutiny in a court of law. So that is one of the key things. There is a handout there. After the session, I've asked ICAP personnel to give me the email list, and I'll share the today's slide deck and the handout together separately. So consideration for legal admissibility, you have to, this should be on the topmost. This is what distinguishes any regular examination with a fraud examination, that you have to prepare for court case. So you have to prepare for litigation. You have to understand that your the work product that you're going to produce is going to be challenged in the court of law. So couple of other things. So far, what we have seen is that you do some desktop activity, you're talking to people, although in this phase also, as you may recall, we talked about three types of information: electronic, physical, and human information. So the human information is basically the inquiry and observation and the interviews that you're conducting at the discovery phase. So you're collecting information, you're talking to people, you're understanding systems. So the confrontation on findings has not started yet, but still you are meeting people, you are talking to them, you are trying to get information from them. And people contribute in two forms. Either they give you a description of an event, a process, any incident, and that is basically a human information that you're getting from them, because you will obviously ask them to quote that the content of the discussion can be reproduced, although they may ask that you might want to share something confidentially, in which case you have to treat it as separate and consider it as an evidence that is submitted to you confidentially. But mostly there will be explanation around systems, documents, policy. That human information obviously requires an interaction that you're going to have with the person. But when we're talking about fraud interviews, it will go one step further. So first is the evidence gathering phase. This is where you're doing collection, you're doing evidence gathering, analysis, you're doing preliminary observation drafting. So at this stage, you will be doing some corroborative or information seeking interviews with neutral persons, mostly neutral persons. You may be talking to persons of interest as well, but mostly this discussion, this understanding is around neutral persons who are just contributing with information that you are going to evaluate. Seriously? Sorry about that. Then you have a confirmation phase. Now, confirmation phase, if you can see at the very last, this is the admission seeking stage. You should do all, strive your best to keep the suspect interviews to the very end. Okay. Sometimes this is inevitable, but usually you know that who is the right person who is going to be confronted with very strong findings. Their interview has to be at the very end. But in between, there is a confirmation phase where you have gotten some meat, you've gotten some finding, and you're talking to people whose testimony is going to corroborate what the findings were. So you're talking to people, who will be confirming certain facts that support your observation. Or you may also be talking to co-conspirators, not the main suspect, but the co-conspirator. So you're doing a conversation with them, you're trying to dig into them and asking them. And at the very end, you're going for an admission seeking stage, which is the interview of suspect. Okay. Before talking about the interviews more, there are certain things that, when you are describing an interview, you have to be wary of the type of communications that are going to be, you're going to encounter. Now, these are scientific terms, but you will relate to certain activities that you are likely to, or you may have already experienced. So one type of communication is chronemic. So this is basically use of time to convey meaning, attitude, and desires. The respondent is late in keeping appointments or delaying or potentially avoiding. Now, this happens when the person is trying to avoid sitting down with you, and he or she is playing basically power struggle. They're not going to be punctual on the meeting. They're going to behave like this is something that they don't need to attend. It's something that is enforced upon them, but they're really beyond it. So that's the first thing. They're going to be late. They're not going to commit, and usually they are going to try to wriggle out of the confrontation, the interview time. Then you've got proxemic. Proxemic is the use of interpersonal space to convey meaning. Now, this is more of a physical interaction rather than a communication, but it is basically where the person is getting into your space and getting into, trying to display as a dominant person in the interview, and that happens. Paralinguistic, using volume, pitch, and voice quality to convey meaning. Now, in the interview process, I'm sure in the next few slides we're going to cover, but this is very important. So when the interview starts, you want to set up some baselining. Basically, what you need to understand is how does this person respond to questions, neutral questions. Matlab, what do you do? How long have you been with the company? What has been your experience so far? Some baselining questions that you're asking in a start, because you don't obviously start confrontation from the very beginning. And these are called baselining questions because you are trying to gauge that person's communication style, the volume, the pitch, the way of speaking, when these questions are not bothering them. And then him or her. And then once they are confronted with evidences, you can notice the change and then understand that whether this person is getting anxious or something is bothering him or her, or things like that. Kinetic, use of body movements to convey meaning. People tend to sort of sometimes cannot control body movements, knee shaking and finger movement or something like that. That may sometimes show anxiousness. Now, a lot of this literature is definitely predominantly Western. So there is an additional nuance which I've noticed in my experience in Pakistan as well, that people can generally also be anxious. So you have to understand from the facts and circumstances of the case that the person sitting in front of you, are they genuinely intimidated? Maybe they need to be put to ease. So they may be demonstrating certain nervousness, but that could be general nervousness. For example, sometimes you have people from New York sitting, in an interview, and somebody third or fourth line management person from a factory is sitting in front of them. They're bound to be nervous and anxious. So they will demonstrate certain physical attribute, which maybe the Western literature calls to be red flags, but we know that's where the cultural context comes in. That this is not a red flag. This person is genuinely anxious. He's not very confident. It's not, in Pakistan, even in the local environment, people will get nervous if a very senior person is talking to them. So all this type of communication, this has to be taken into cultural context as well. So now interview preparation, usually this is a very distinct phase. You need to do it at a single day in one go after all the preparation has been done. Now, if for example, in the last investigation I did, there were 3 suspects basically who were colluding each other. One was the senior management person, the other 2 were his teammates. And so obviously the decision was to get rid of them because everything was proven beyond doubt. But then you have to plan this accordingly so that in and out, you are handling this whole process as expeditiously as possible. First, review the case files. You cannot have a situation. In fact, it will be a very weak investigation if the person is able to refute, very satisfactorily your allegations. Your findings should be ironclad. It will be, if you're sitting for an interview, that means you have something irrefutable evidence of some wrongdoing that involved that person. So review the case file. You cannot fumble around papers. It should be a proper file that has been made. You should have a clear objective. Why are you there? If you have irrefutable proof of this person's corruption or fraud, then the outcome of this interview should be definitely known. Okay, that could be termination, or it could be asking the person to resign. And in my experience in Pakistan, asking the person to resign is the only way people go about. Determine type of information expected to be received. So you should know that what is that person likely to offer. Okay. So maybe that person genuinely has some explanation which they can provide to you. Maybe you are considering, and that will be very unlikely because that will cast doubt on your collection phase as well. It may also mean that this person is buying time to invent evidence. So you need to be clear about that. Select a comfortable and secure venue. It should not be your day in, day out. For example, if you are in building A, floor 3, and there is a meeting room over there, you've been there for about 2 months working on the investigation. Your interview cannot be that same venue, should not be the same venue. It should be a comfortable but secure venue. The investigation team definitely has to have the interviewers, but if, for example, if I go, I'm an external party, so I'm not a company person. I prefer that somebody from the HR department or risk department in financial institutions is also, present, or some other. I personally ask first for the screen is not refreshing. Internet connection is unstable. Okay. Okay. Types of questions. Now, the type of questions that you are going to ask are also of a different category. The first is definitely introductory questions. You provide your intro, you are establishing rapport with them, setting theme, baselining behavior. No sensitive questions at this time, no emotive words at this stage. There's nothing that could arouse feelings, anguish from that side. You just go doing an introductory question. Now, your questions can also be informational. You are just gathering unbiased facts. Obviously, in the interviews that you are conducting with people who are providing information, you are asking information questions. These could be open, closed, or leading. Now, open question ये होता है कि you are asking that what do you feel about external process? Now, it's an open question. They can talk about anything. Closed question can be, do you think that the new ERP implemented is resolving the issues or not? It's a closed question. The person will say yes or no and not offer any further explanation. Leading question can be that do you think the procurement process was biased in some way in favor of the CEO's candidate? Now it's a leading question. The leading questions are frowned upon because these should not be asked. You should not really push the person into either categorically denying something or in hopes of confessing something. That's bad practice. Questioning should be general to specific. Now, closed questioning, you should know how to end an interview. That's a very, in fact, in more cases or not, it's an art to actually close the interview very amicably. Closing is used to reconfirm facts gathered, see if additional information can be gathered, and to achieve a pleasant end to the process. Not so pleasant in most of the questions, but you should always reconfirm what have you gathered with this person, if they have committed any additional information, and definitely to close this and talk about next step if there are any. Then there are assessments used to evaluate credibility. You're asking question about quality of the outputs that are being produced of that person. And last is admission seeking question. These are only used for individuals whose culpability, involvement in crime, is reasonably certain. Okay, these are designed to obtain legal admission of wrongdoing. Reasonable certainty is achieved when there is reasonable probability about the culpability of suspect, and reasonable investigation steps already taken convey absolute confidence with accusation. Do not absolute confidence with accusation. You should not become a moral judge. You should be firm with empathy, offer a moral excuse, diffuse defensive. ये बहुत सारी चीजें एक साथ हैं, लेकिन I'll just cover them all. Admission seeking questions are the toughest because and in experience in Pakistan, people like to deny completely and shamelessly their allegation. So in case of one technology sector, procurement fraud, so this person who was responsible for procurement made the statement in the interview that he did not have any connection with the vendor whatsoever. Okay, he did not know the vendor at all. So this was his primary defense walking into the interview and being confronted in the first 2-3 questions on that sort. But then we showed him the picture from Facebook of him and that vendor in a northern area having this vacation and just clearly being best of friends, So he would, and we also showed him a screenshot from his laptop of, an easy paisa transfer of money into his account, which was sent through his, social media. It was saved on his laptop. We showed these two things to him. So he kept staring at both these pieces of evidence. And then he said, yeah, I took some money from him. I borrowed some money from him. So, they would not be bound by shame that they have actually declined that they never knew this person. So they will switch their story and then completely, change the story and then start denying it completely, creating a new story. So admission seeking questions are very, very unlikely. Sometimes there's very senior people. It's very easy because you show them this evidence. They're smart enough to understand that they have, they have screwed up, and then they can take whatever is being offered to them. But with below level staff, it becomes difficult because they can deny at the very end with lame excuses. So you have to be firm with empathy. You have to offer a moral excuse. Offer a moral excuse means that, okay, it can happen. People do get tempted. So you're trying to get him or her to accept that they have done something wrong. And but you have to diffuse defenses. Defenses are going to come one after another. You have to diffuse that, okay, no, that doesn't make sense. You're saying that we took money from him. Just 5 minutes ago, you were telling that we don't even know this person. So you have to diffuse defenses. It's going to be a difficult conversation. Sorry, hold on. Sorry, I had to seriously inquire whether this cabinet behind me is a storeroom or not, because unusual visitation were going on. Anyway. Okay. Mechanics and other consideration. Do not react to difficult persons or conversation. Now, if you're sitting in an interview, in a fraud seeking interview, that means you have done a lot of work. Okay, you have got findings in your place. You've got evidence from hard drive, got documentary evidences. You've got your whole story put together, and people will try to become Nobody likes to be confronted with solid, findings. Internet connection is unstable. Now, preparing the room appropriately. Now, one is privacy, obviously. One reason is if you are dealing with a sufficiently higher level people, you should hold these interviews in a hotel or some other, not bothered that somebody's going to see them or something like that. So those interviews should be conducted separately. And the room has to be prepared. Now, room, first of all, there should be privacy. The door should be closed but not locked, although in our case we should have locked the door, but the door should be closed but not locked and easily reachable by the interviewee. Now, this is a very fine point. For example, I'm being investigated. Okay, so I'm sitting here and just like 6-7 feet away from me is the door. I have easy access to it. I can walk out of the room anytime. Nobody is blocking this door for me. Okay. Now, suppose if I was sitting on that side of the table, the interviewer was sitting on this side of the table. Now, this person, this interviewer now is in between the interviewee and the door. Now, it doesn't really matter a lot usually in Pakistani situation, but if you describe this interview situation in a court of law in US, they might say that the whole interview can be scrapped and not admitted as a legal evidence because the interviewee was under duress. Okay, they were forced to stay in the room and not leave, and this is where most of the Pakistani investigations go wrong. Although there's nobody catching you, but I've seen, for example, in a large scale banking sector investigation, what they did was they locked the employee in the room and forced them to sign a confession statement. Otherwise, they were not allowed to leave. Okay, so that statement had absolutely no legal value. They gave me they wanted me to oversee the whole investigation process, and I completely declined to do that because what they were doing was they were taking sales staff of one branch and making them investigators in other branch, and that the sales staff of the other branch was becoming investigator for the other this branch. So I told them very quite frankly that this is ridiculous. You are dealing with people who are carrying out consumer fraud, and afterwards the State Bank also sort of reprimanded them that this was a very stupid approach, number one. And number two, what the salespeople did, they got some people, they locked them in, and then got confession statements. So those confession statements have absolutely no legal value. Even if you follow the news correctly, you have to have a magistrate present to provide an official statement. And even with those statements, in fact, I'm not a legal expert, but in the previous session we ran for SCCP, we had very strong 2 legal experts on board, and they shared a lot of good insights in that front. Even if the magistrate is present, but the person is handcuffed, even then the statement can be declined. So in this case, what we can do as corporate sector investigators is to prepare the room accordingly, that the person should be known to be free to leave anytime. The moment you reduce or restrict their movement, it becomes habse beja, meaning that person, if they know their rights properly, they can sue you. Interviewer chairs should be apart, and preferred sitting of interviewee is that they're sitting just in a chair. Okay, so they don't have a desk in front of them. This is one of the techniques that is used in interviewing because it makes them more vulnerable and then more uncomfortable that they are being confronted. So they're free to leave, but they're not very at home either. Okay. There should be at least 2 interviewers in an admission seeking interview. So it should not be a panel of 4. Okay. even 3 is going to go out of your hand. It should be at least 2, but 3 if it's absolutely necessary. In fact, 3 is when you want somebody to take notes and somebody to act as a witness. They should not be asking any question. 3 is too many. For admission seeking interview, it has to be very, very, very precise and surgical, and it has to be run by you as an investigator. Okay. Okay. Verbal confessions. Now, this is something that you document, but there are some things that you have to understand that this person who you are interviewing has to share with you. First, knowledge of action being wrong. Okay. So when they are making a statement, a lot of time you will get a cooperative witness where they have done something wrong, but they agree to cooperate in order to avoid any risk of legal action. So what do you need from them? You need their knowledge of action being wrong. Okay. So the knowledge, they knew that what they're doing is wrong. That's very important because it demonstrates intent. As you recall in the very start, I said that fraud depends on intent. Okay. It should be an intentional act to be considered as fraud. It's a very fine distinction. Then facts known only to the perpetrator. You need to identify, write down things from their verbal confession, things that only they can know. Okay. It could be something that only happened between them and a victim or something like that. So they offer some information which only they could have preferred, because later on when you tell somebody that tell into a court that okay, this person verbally accepted facts A, B, C, D in front of me, then those facts A, B, C, D should be linked to that person specifically. Otherwise, you may get information from somebody else and you may say that this person made a verbal confession. Motive, you may need to dig further. Motive has to be there. Okay, motive was to make money, motive was to damage the company, whatever. You have to get motive. Okay, motive is important for legal processing. And the facts about offense, timing, continuing or stopped, others involved, evidence, location of any asset misappropriated. So if they start accepting, then get more information out of them, and other because they have actually benefited from a fraud, they can better contribute that what else is wrong with the company. And if you are getting a signed confession, which there could be situations where you get a signed confession, especially if you have law enforcement involved, and before if you want to get law enforcement involved. So first of all, the statement has to be that the confession is voluntary. Okay, and again, intent. It has to show that whatever they did, they intended to defraud the company of their funds. You need to cover the facts about the fraud, date, amount of loss, instance, anything that shows exact actions, exact damage that they cause, which can be used by the law enforcement. Willingness to cooperate, they should write it down that they are willing to cooperate, and their own rationalization, that why they did it, what was the rationale behind it. Acknowledgement that confessor has read the statement, truthfulness of the statement, and witness signature, HR or legal counsel. Now, obviously, in real time, if you're carrying out an interview and somebody confesses and you ask them to sign a statement, it's not going to go well because they might miss a thing or two. Best approach is that your legal counsel is ready with a statement. Okay, they may edit it immediately, take a printout, and then share it for signing. So if you're getting a signed confession, do it expeditiously in the form that I've shared. Okay. Obviously, consult your lawyer for your jurisdiction's requirements with respect to confession statements. Lawyers have to guide you because legal expert has to guide you what you can do and what you cannot do. So get legal advice at the right manner. Do not consider it optional. It has to be there. And you may be placing much more reliance on confession statement, which your lawyer might advise that you should not. So get the lawyer advice on this fact. Okay. So that was those were some points about the interviews, and in Pakistan, what I've seen is the senior most people they will just need like a very quick review that okay, the investigator is going to present that look, and I'm talking about senior most, like senior like on CEO level or director level. So you share with them that, look, this is what has gone wrong. This is what happened. Then these are the evidences that are pointing against you. Do you have any, and you can ask that if they have an rationale or something. But usually people are smart enough to conceive that, okay, yes, this has happened, and usually they are offered an option to resign gracefully, and they do resign and then walk away. In the middle tier, it can be confrontational, but still you can manage. But I've noticed that in the bottom layer, it becomes very frustrating because the other person is blindly denying, although if any evidence is there, because they don't have the comprehension of understanding that this evidence is, how incriminating that evidence is. So it can be a frustrating conversation. So in that case, you have to have HR people on board and utilize those HR related tactics. Fine. You have to have the investigation. You have gone through all those processes. You have gone through the interview processes. Now it's time to write the report and submit internally or externally. Now, this is the most crucial part, but usually, in fact, sometimes what happens is that you have to present the report and then you can go for admission seeking interviews. So this is the part where it matters that what you write is completely backed by evidence. There is no inference. Inference कहते हैं अपने यानी अपनी राय को. So in the forensic report, nothing can be your राय, although you can collate facts and say okay, this fact is pointing towards potential misuse of power or whatever. Be careful about the words as well. So you have to be very careful what you're saying. Something can be very black and white, like this invoice is fake. Okay, so that is black and white. There's no conclusion. There's no inference on that. But if you are saying that this invoice is fake, the address is from Somalia, the address of this party is from there, and then both of these guys were in the second company altogether. 2014, they were going to the PTI dharna together. So you're collecting all those facts. Okay, at the end, what you're going to say is that these guys were connected. They were not independent, as the senior person was trying to portray. So all of this is backed by facts. You are talking about facts. You're presenting evidence and saying things. Nothing is your opinion or review. You may share, and this is where people get excited. No, we are, as an investigator, we can share our opinion. Be very careful of what you're sharing. You can connect the dots and present a picture, but that picture cannot be a fact. That picture is still your opinion. So if you're going to present a picture based on some different facts, talk about it as such, that in my view, this reflects a conflict or whatever. Okay. So that people can distinguish, this is a fact, this is a fiction, or your interpretation of a fact, and the judge can then rule out that, okay, do I want to consider this person's opinion or do I not want to consider this person's opinion? If they consider you as an expert opinion, they will definitely give weightage to that. So in report, these are some, obviously, you can go about from the agreed upon procedure route, or if you are working in Middle East, you might go about other assurance route. So in those forms, the report will be mandated. But even in then, when you are presenting factual findings, this is a suggested structure. First of all, there should be a background section so that an independent reader can get an immediate context at what sparked this conversation. Then you need to have an executive summary. This is where you summarize what actions were performed during the product examination. Your process should be clarified. So if you interviewed, reviewed documents, interrogated witnesses, you conduct analysis, whatever you did, you write that down. And this will give the reader an overview of what has been your examination process. Okay. And then, for example, then you present the finding, factual finding, that this is what you performed, this is what you found, and this is the result from that process. The scope has to be documented, because remember, when you were at the brainstorming phase, you were trying to, at the brainstorming phase, you were assessing who are the persons of interest, what is the allegation, what is my process. All of that determined the scope, the nature, timing, and extent of your procedure. Because once you're done with that scope, obviously there are 1,000 more things that are problematic with the company. You might be looking at one pharmaceutical corruption example, but there might be marketing fraud also happening. Okay, so supposedly you did a good investigation, you gave the report, you go away. Okay. Then the board finds out that the marketing department was running billions of rupees contract to firms that were basically run by their own cousins. Okay. So they can come back and say, you said that all the investigation fraud was communicated. This is also a new fraud. So this is a very, very strong, important point that you have to identify what was the scope. Okay. The nature, timing, and extent of what the procedure were. You were investigating an allegation of bribery and corruption from production of a controlled narcotic substance-based medicine, and you provide that report. There could be 1,000 more frauds going on. You're not concerned about that. So you have to be very important about the scope. Then you have to document the approach and methodology. Okay. Well, who are your team members? What were the procedures that you applied? Were those team members expert in the area that they were investigating? And who did they interview? Were there any limitations? Limitations is very important because sometimes the accused person is very powerful. They may completely sabotage your investigation. In that case, that limitation has to be very clearly spelled out. Okay. And in my experience, this limitation on one or two occasions was very crucial in, giving an evidence to the new board. The board got reconstituted to the new board that the previous exercise was intentionally, restricted into the scope so that no meaningful finding can be taken out. So it provides a handy reference. Then obviously come the finding. This section details of the fraud examination, several pages, action and duties of the reporter, what was found, provide enough detail for the reader to understand what occurred, but not so much detail that the reader begins to lose interest. Put a lot of things into an annexure. So if you've got a table that is spanning 2-3 pages, no need to put all of that in the findings, put it in an annexure, but the annexure should be, the finding should be very, fluent read, so that your reader becomes convinced of the facts that you're trying to report. So reader wants to know how many instances occurred, who was involved, how they did it, what proof you have, etc. If the finding section is long, you might use subheadings, para, or divided. Obviously, you guys are best in your drafting reports. You don't need to be told, but there's a balance to strike. Not too much detail and not too much abstraction either. It has to be factual finding based. So you have to give evidences and you have to give references, inline references of the evidence, so that the person, you find out that, okay, the purchase order was issued without the requisite authority, bracket evidence number this. So the evidence number has to have a separate schedule. The person can easily navigate and look at the evidence. Then I don't know, approach paragraph is appearing again, that shouldn't be there. Sometimes the management asks for impact and recommendation as well. Now, impact, I agree, impact should be there, because obviously you have to understand that you have to explain that what my finding is and what was the impact. For example, there was a fraud of 2 billion rupees, and the finding that you're reporting, that particular finding has only an impact of like 500,000 rupees. So you have to somehow demonstrate that what is the impact of that finding. Then comes your recommendations, okay? Because organizations want to know that, what can we do so that the fraud does not impact, occur again. Okay. And now that in, for that, I would like to emphasize that just like the root cause analysis details, the recommendation section should be at the very outset told to be optional. So because it is additional input. Although as experts, it should come naturally to you. You guys are all experts in internal controls. You have reviewed internal controls all your life, and you can provide decent recommendations. But when you're dealing with, fraud examination report, in the interest of time, I would consider that keep it optional if the management would like it to be optional, because these are two different scopes: investigating what went wrong and then plugging the gaps. These are two different scopes. So in the interest of project management, you should keep recommendation as optional as long as possible. Limitations and caveats and any other item outstanding. So these are the two areas that you should consider. Now, going quickly, because I have been, after every section, I was looking at the questions that you guys are sharing. Okay, so one gentleman is asking that the presentation should be shared because some content is missed. I think this, the gentleman who is raising the hands, I would request that you please share the question on the uh, on the on the Q&A section, so I can see it from here and I can answer from there. And okay, so this session is being recorded. The ICAP people, I think, have informed me that this will be available electronically in the LMS, I think. Okay, and I will share the slide deck separately because I've asked for the email addresses, so I'll share the slide deck separately and hand out. The credibility of social media information in the eyes of the law may vary. In some cases, social media information may be inadmissible and of questionable credibility, particularly if it is a hearsay or cannot be verified, and how can they be as primary evidence? Okay. Now, social media evidence the way I used it as an evidence. Okay, so there's a person who was responsible. He was practically the deputy COO of the company. Okay, he when he joined the company, he carried out a process and supposedly an independent process in which he got some people inside the company, and then he carried out a scheme which was purely designed already. There was a lot of fraud that happened, but they were planning it to be systematically make it so that $100,000 per month can be siphoned off from the company. Now, in the recruiting process, they pretended that they didn't know each other, so there was a process was supposed to be independent. In that case, we got evidence from Facebook. Okay, so this is the year 2021. We got evidence from the year 2014 of them going to the political demonstration together, face painting and everything. So in that case, the whole screenshot, and we also tried to preserve it as well, so that we can have electronic download of that Facebook information as well. So that in that case, that was a very solid proof. But if you say social media hearsay meaning that you are talking about somebody reporting something on social media. I'm not talking about that. That is not an evidence. Okay, evidence would be some fact, like for example, technology company procurement manager and their vendor having a vacation in northern areas shared on Facebook. Or, for example, this person, an invoice which is claimed as a legitimate expense in the company, the invoice containing a phone number, that phone number appearing in a separate business, and that separate business is being run by a brother of that company. Now that all that information exists in what? Facebook pages, social media pages, published ads, because they were running a business with the same phone number. They had a lot of social media activity on that number. This is all factual evidences. So there's a difference between open source intelligence and believing something on the social media. I think leave that aside. That is definitely hearsay. Admissibility into the court of law, that is for the legal expert to answer, but I can give one example. In fact, it's not social media but media based. So there was a case in which one gentleman was seen in front of police breaking a lot of cars during a political progression, and they were video recording. All of the channels aired it, and this person got very famous. Memes were made on him, but the case was he walked out of it without any repercussion. Why? Because the videos were not admissible as evidence and no witnesses came up. Okay, and there was another instance where son of a chief justice was alleged by a news anchor in his program for influencing certain important contracts. In that case, the video recording of that session was admitted as an evidence, and then legal processing was started. So there are a lot of reasons where we can talk about. It's best to leave it to the legal expert. What we need to know is that if you've got a legitimate thing inside a social media which give evidence of a wrongdoing, you can use it as an evidence, but rest assured that it is a volatile piece of evidence. That person can go ahead and delete it. Sorry. I'm sorry, I didn't get it. Just one section. I think, yes. Oh, okay. So the next speaker is online. I'll just completely. So that was the last. No, there are certain. question, slides, conclusion section report. What about the conclusion section in the report? In executive summary, you can summarize. It's entirely up to you to provide conclusion. But when you say conclusion, it inherently feels like you are going to present some opinion. Avoid that. Okay, opinion should not be presented. You can have a conclusion in a sort of like a factual finding, which is an executive summary anyways, but don't go into presenting opinion. Can we have any actual fraud investigation report as an example? Yeah, honestly speaking, I've been doing मुझे institute बुलाता है मैं कर देता हूँ ये, लेकिन I've never found the time to actually cleanse a report. लेकिन ACAP के standard templates I will share. Okay. Okay. क्योंकि उसमें बहुत सारी चीजें होती हैं, मतलब there are evidences, बहुत सारी चीजों को लिंक करके आपने चीज बनाई होती है. अब किस चीज को आप ऑब्फस्केट करोगे, वो ज़ाहिर है you can't share it ना. Opinions and conclusions. Conclusion need to be self-evident, not requiring to be pointed out. Opinion regarding guilt or innocence not allowed. Period. Meaning anybody can come. Sometimes in the Middle East, people argue that no, you need to give evidence, opinion. I would say no, never. ACAP manual also prohibits it. It's the job of the judge to conclude. Okay. Fine. So just sorry. Okay. One final slide on legal considerations. Obviously, इस किस्म के जब सवाल आते हैं तो उसमें यही डेफिनेट एक पॉइंटर होता है कि consult your legal counsel throughout the process. This thing it's not intellectual exercise that you get excited about, because these are real people's life at stake. There are real careers at stake. I once did an investigation in which a very powerful business family lost 25% of their business, which was based on medical device imports. And so they were very pretty influential. Things can get, and obviously I shared an example of the narcotic side. Now imagine somebody who risks the death penalty. Okay, and this is 2013. 2013, Karachi was a bloodbath. We were going into West War, which was very near to a very, the security situation was very bad at that time. So the best is that you need to know what the collection sensitivities, what the sensitivities generally are. Okay. Do know what is the collection sensitivity, what you can check, what you cannot check. You cannot invade on other people's privacy. Obviously, if you confiscate somebody's mobile, you can go through their WhatsApp conversations and find out a lot more. But you have to understand that you're not legal law enforcement. You don't have a subpoena, a court order to produce something and things like that. You may go that route, but that's from corporate investigation point of view, a lot of time your perspective will be restricted on that front. Labor law sensitivities are important. Will the investigation be challenged subsequently in the court of law? This you need to know, and you should expect that it will be challenged. That way you'll make it more strong. Evidence admissibility, this is of primary importance. Okay, interviews we covered. Disciplinary options in the light of law. Usually Pakistan results in graceful departure. So there are not a lot of disciplinary options. Any statutory reporting responsibility, spoiler alert, there are none, and consulting the legal counsel. So thank you very much for your time. I will transfer the mic to my other colleague, Masood Parvez Saab, lead IT audits for Pakistan. And we'll continue this discussion, inshallah, tomorrow with more practical examples as well, and some examples from the digital side as well. Masood Saab, over to you.
Thank you very much, Zishan. Thank you. So am I audible? Can you confirm? Anyone can confirm? You can hear me well?
Masood Saab, I cannot hear you, and I will close my screen sharing. Ye wahan se hogi band. Perfect.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zishan Shahid, for the insightful presentation that thoroughly engaged the audience. I'm now inviting on Zoom Mr. Masood Parvez. He is a seasoned professional currently serving at lead IT audit at Crow Pakistan. He will be presenting on fraud risk management. Please help me welcome Mr. Masood Parvez. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Can you please confirm you guys can hear me well?
Yes, you are audible, sir.
Okay, so First of all, thank you very much, SMP Committee, for giving me this opportunity to talk to my fraternity about this very important topic of fraud investigation. And secondly, I would like to thank Mr. Zishan for giving an excellent presentation of covering all the important areas. So my presentation will be short and I will be covering another aspect of fraud, and that is fraud risk management. So this is my brief intro. I'm a chartered accountant by profession, CIA and CISA as well. So my main area of focus is audit, IT audit, fraud investigation, risk management. So this is my interest areas. Now, my perspective is from a consulting aspect. Say, for instance, if audit firms are being approached कि आप हमारी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में एक फ्रॉड रिस्क मैनेजमेंट प्रोग्राम डेवलप करके दें. इदारों में, बहुत सारे इदारों में फ्रॉड रिस्क मैनेजमेंट प्रोग्राम इम्प्लीमेंटेड ही नहीं है. Though they have internal controls in place, they have risk management in place, and they have a governance structure as well. But again, it depends what is the maturity level. लेकिन फ्रॉड एक ऐसा एरिया है जिस पर बहुत सारे इदारे बात ही नहीं करना चाहते, और अगर वो बात करते हैं तो वो इसको समहाउ प्लेस नहीं कर पाते कि इसकी इंपॉर्टेंस क्या है और ये ओवरऑल स्ट्रक्चर में कहाँ फॉल कर रही है. जस्ट फॉर द बेनिफिट ऑफ ऑल द पार्टिसिपेंट्स, अगर हम क्विकली ये देखें कि बेसिकली जो अम्ब्रेला है, आउटर अम्ब्रेला, दैट इज ऑफ गवर्नेंस. हमारी जो सबसे आउटर अम्ब्रेला है वो गवर्नेंस की है. गवर्नेंस के अंदर रिस्क मैनेजमेंट है, और रिस्क मैनेजमेंट के अंदर कहीं ना कहीं कंट्रोल्स फॉल करे. तो ये जो हमारा फ्रॉड का एरिया है, ये भी उस रिस्क मैनेजमेंट का एक इम्पॉर्टेंट कंपोनेंट है. और फिर डेफिनेटली फ्रॉड्स को मैनेज करने के लिए, उनको मिटिगेट करने के लिए, उन रिस्क्स को मिटिगेट करने के लिए वी नीड टू हैव कंट्रोल्स एज वेल. तो मेरी जो प्रेजेंटेशन है दैट विल बी बेस्ड और फोकस्ड ऑन द रीसेंट framework given by COSO and ACFE. COSO आप सब लोगों को अंदाजा है, दैट इज कमेटी ऑफ स्पॉन्सरिंग ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, और इनके बड़े रिनाउंड फ्रेमवर्क्स हैं जिसमें इंटरनल कंट्रोल्स का फ्रेमवर्क है और एंटरप्राइज रिस्क मैनेजमेंट का फ्रेमवर्क है. So the leading body of fraud, which is ACFE and COSO, they have recently issued a second edition of fraud risk management. कि fraud risk management क्या है, इसको, इसके components क्या हैं, इसके principles क्या हैं. So let's start के ये जो fraud risk management का framework है, ये हमें क्या suggest कर रहा है. अच्छा, इसके 5 principles हैं more or less. जो इसका previous version था, जो कि आई थिंक 7-8 साल पहले आया था, उस वर्जन और इस वर्जन में थोड़ी सी चेंजेस हैं. बेसिकली व्हाट दे हैव डन कि ACFE और COSO ने कोशिश की है कि वो इस फ्रॉड रिस्क मैनेजमेंट को इंटीग्रेट करे अपने जो उनके इंटरनल कंट्रोल्स के फ्रेमवर्क्स हैं. पहला प्रिंसिपल है दैट इज अबाउट फ्रॉड रिस्क प्रोग्राम. वी नीड टू हैव अ कंट्रोल एनवायरनमेंट. जिन लोगों ने COSO का इंटरनल कंट्रोल फ्रेमवर्क ध्यान से पढ़ा हुआ है, ISA 315 भी उसी को रेफर करता है, तो उसमें सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट चीज जो है वो कंट्रोल एनवायरनमेंट है. वी नीड टू बिल्ड अ कंप्लीट कंट्रोल एनवायरनमेंट. सो द फर्स्ट पार्ट इज फ्रॉड रिस्क प्रोग्राम. मैं अभी शॉर्टली इस पर डिटेल में बात करूंगा. दूसरा जो हमारा एरिया है दैट इज फ्रॉड रिस्क असेसमेंट्स. अच्छा, जर्नली जैसे असेसमेंट्स होती हैं रिस्क की, फ्रॉड रिस्क असेसमेंट का मैकेनिज्म भी मोर और लेस वही है जो एक जर्नलाइज रिस्क असेसमेंट का फ्रेमवर्क है. दैट इज प्रिंसिपल नंबर 2. Principle number 3 is about fraud prevention and detection. We need to have preventive and detective measures within the organization. फिर आती है फ्रॉड इन्वेस्टिगेशन, जिस पर आई थिंक जिशान ने बहुत डिटेल में ऑलरेडी बात कर ली है, मैं इसको ज़्यादा डिस्कस नहीं करूँगा. और जो 5वां कंपोनेंट है वो इसकी मॉनिटरिंग है. तो पहले वर्जन और सेकंड वर्जन में मोरलेस वहाँ भी 5 प्रिंसिपल्स थे, यहाँ भी 5 हैं. उसमें सिर्फ ये था कि प्रिवेंशन और डिटेक्शन 3rd और 4th था और इन्वेस्टिगेशन 5th था. अब इन्होंने प्रिवेंशन और डिटेक्शन को प्रिंसिपल नंबर 3 में मर्ज किया है और एक नया प्रिंसिपल ऐड किया है विच इज द मॉनिटरिंग पार्ट। अगेन मैं ये सजेस्ट कर रहा हूँ कि अगर आपको कहीं फ्रॉड रिस्क प्रोग्राम इम्प्लीमेंट करना पड़े तो ये जो स्टडी है ये आपको काफी हेल्प कर सकती है। अब ये जो पहला प्रिंसिपल है, इट्स ऑल अबाउट द गवर्नेंस स्ट्रक्चर विच इज मिसिंग इन मेनी पार्ट्स ऑफ द ऑर्गेनाइजेशन। ज्यादातर जो हम ऑडिट्स करते हैं, इवन आईटी ऑडिट्स कह लें या रिस्क मैनेजमेंट के ऑडिट्स हैं या इंटरनल कंट्रोल्स रिलेटेड हैं या फोरेंसिक इन्वेस्टिगेशंस हैं, तो वहां यही समझ नहीं आ रहा होता कि किसका रोल क्या है। और जिस तरह शुरू में जो स्टैटिस्टिकल डाटा आपने देखा और फ्रॉड इन्वेस्टिगेशन आपने देखी, तो मोर लेस 45% प्लस जो इन्वेस्ट आप कह ले फ्रॉड्स आइडेंटिफाई हुए हैं, दे आर बाय हैविंग अ टिपिंग ऑफ मैकेनिज्म। कोई हॉट साइट है, कोई आपने कोई हॉट लाइन बनाई हुई है, रादर कोई आपने उससे रिलेटेड कोई टेलीफोन फैसिलिटी, ईमेल फैसिलिटी, सो यू नीड टू हैव अ टिपिंग ऑफ विसल ब्लोइंग मैकेनिज्म। एक्सटर्नल ऑडिटर्स जो फ्रॉड आइडेंटिफाई कर सके हैं अकॉर्डिंग टू द recent report to the nation report by ACFE, that is not more than 3 to 4%, and internal auditor 14 से 15% पर कहीं फॉल कर रहा है। दैट मीन्स कि एक इदारे में सबको अपने रोल्स और रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज का पता होना जरूरी है। सो दिस पर्टिकुलर प्रोग्राम इज ऑल अबाउट गवर्नेंस स्ट्रक्चर। Everyone should be knowing about their roles and responsibility। बोर्ड का रोल क्या है, मैनेजमेंट का रोल क्या है, एम्प्लॉइज का रोल क्या है, और इंटरनल ऑडिट का रोल क्या है। अब ये डिस्कशन बहुत ज्यादा होती है कि इंटरनल ऑडिटर ने फ्रॉड पकड़ना है या नहीं, एक्सटर्नल ने पकड़ना है या नहीं। सो आई होप ऑल ऑफ यू मस्ट बी वेरी वेल वर्स्ड अबाउट दिस एरिया। दैट आज 240 जो स्टैंडर्ड है वो हमें बता रहा है कि फ्रॉड से रिलेटेड हमने एक रीजनेबल एश्योरेंस देनी है दैट फाइनेंशियल स्टेटमेंट्स आर फ्री फ्रॉम फ्रॉड और एरर। हमें उसका पता होना चाहिए, बट वी शुड नॉट बी टेकन एज द प्राइम रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी फॉर द प्रिवेंशन एंड डिटेक्शन ऑफ फ्रॉड। तो अगर मैं इसको थोड़ा आगे चलूं तो हम इसमें बोर्ड की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज की बात करते हैं, हम ऑडिट कमेटी की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज की बात करेंगे, मैनेजमेंट, स्टाफ और इंटरनल ऑडिट। मैं अगर क्विक ओवरव्यू दूं तो डेफिनेटली बोर्ड का काम ओवरसाइट का है। बोर्ड को फ्रॉड रिस्क मैनेजमेंट पता होना चाहिए, उनको ये पता होना चाहिए इंपॉर्टेंट एरियाज क्या हैं, वो मैनेजमेंट को सपोर्ट करें, एक ड्राइव होनी चाहिए, ओवरऑल इदारे में एक इन्वायरमेंट होनी चाहिए, उनके जो एक्शंस हैं, उनका जो एटीट्यूड है, उनकी जो अवेयरनेस है रिगार्डिंग फ्रॉड रिस्क एरियाज वो बड़ी जबरदस्त होनी चाहिए। और आपने शुरू में देखा कि फ्रॉड की जो ब्रॉड कैटेगरीज हैं जिसमें करप्शन है, एसेट मिसअप्रोप्रिएशन है और फाइनेंशियल स्टेटमेंट फ्रॉड्स हैं, सो बोर्ड शुड ओन कि जी हाँ हमारी इससे रिलेटेड रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज हैं। सो व्हाट बोर्ड इज रिक्वायर्ड, दे नीड टू अंडरस्टैंड फ्रॉड रिस्क, they need to have an oversight on the fraud risk assessment process, they should monitor management report, they should oversee the internal control established by management। so I hope board का ये रोल होना बड़ा जरूरी है। अब जो प्रैक्टिकल सिचुएशन है कि बहुत सारे इदारों में जो बोर्ड पे लोग बैठे होते हैं दे आर नॉट वेरी वेल वर्स्ड, वो अप्रोप्रिएट नॉलेज नहीं होता उनका, या दे डू नॉट हैव द अप्रोप्रिएट बैकग्राउंड समहाउ जो कि रिक्वायर्ड है स्पेशली। और अगर आप फ्रॉड में देखें और अगर आप टेक्नोलॉजी फ्रॉड्स को देखें तो उसमें बहुत बड़ा गैप है कि बोर्ड ऑफ डायरेक्टर्स दे डू नॉट हैव एनी आइडिया कि उनकी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में टेक्नोलॉजिकल डेवलपमेंट की वजह से कौन कौन से फ्रॉडलेंट एक्टिविटीज हो सकती हैं। सो आई होप ये बोर्ड की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज हैं। फिर ऑडिट कमेटी यू नो इज अ सब कमेटी ऑफ बोर्ड, मोर और लेस जो ऑडिट कमेटी है उसमें इंडिपेंडेंट बोर्ड मेंबर्स हैं, एनईडीज हैं, उसमें फाइनेंशियल एक्सपर्ट का होना जरूरी है, उनकी फ्रीक्वेंसी ऑफ मीटिंग इंपॉर्टेंट है, रिपोर्ट्स को देखना है, एक्सटर्नल ऑडिटर से एविडेंस लेनी है। सो मोर और लेस ऑडिट कमेटी और जो बोर्ड है उनकी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी समहाउ अलाइंड है। अब मैनेजमेंट जो है इसका मेन काम फ्रॉड रिस्क प्रोग्राम को डेवलप और इम्प्लीमेंट करना है। So they are responsible for the design and implementation of the fraud risk management program, setting the tone at the top, which is one of the first component of COSO internal control framework, which is developing a good control environment. So management ने उससे रिलेटेड पॉलिसीज बनानी है। मैनेजमेंट ने एडिक्वेट इंटरनल कंट्रोल्स देखने हैं। अब एडिक्वेट और इफेक्टिव, आई थिंक इस पे काफी बहस होती है, व्हाट इज एडिक्वेट एंड व्हाट इज एडिक्वेट एंड इफेक्टिव, बट somehow they need to implement adequate internal controls। उनको रिपोर्टिंग देखनी है, उनको उसकी इफेक्टिवनेस को इवेल्युएट करना है। सी सूट में यू कैन हैव चीफ एथिक्स ऑफिसर, जिस तरह आपके चीफ रिस्क ऑफिसर हैं, या आपको डेफिनेटली फोरेंसिक इन्वेस्टिगेशन के पर्सपेक्टिव से भी कोई हेड को साथ लेकर चलना पड़ेगा। स्टाफ जो है, अक्सर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में मैंने देखा है कि स्टाफ ये समझता है कि फ्रॉड से रिलेटेड उनकी कोई जिम्मेदारी है ही नहीं। सो बेसिकली जो स्टाफ है उसको रेड फ्लैग्स का पता होना चाहिए। सो वी स्ट्रांगली रिकमेंड कि आप कुछ बेसिक रेड फ्लैग्स जो कि बड़े कॉमन हैं, प्रिक्योरमेंट के हैं, आपके मैनेजमेंट के हैं, आपके पेरोल के हैं, आपके कैश के रेड फ्लैग्स हैं, वो कहीं ना कहीं इदारे में आप अपने ऑफिस में कहीं ना कहीं प्लेस करें। ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में लोगों की ट्रेनिंग कराएं, उनकी कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग करें, उनको पता चले कि जो बेसिक रेड फ्लैग्स हैं वो क्या है। सो दे नीड टू हैव अ नॉलेज ऑफ बेसिक अंडरस्टैंडिंग ऑफ फ्रॉड्स एंड देयर रेड फ्लैग्स। दे अंडरस्टैंड देयर रोल, वो क्या है। दे रीड एंड अंडरस्टैंड पॉलिसीज एंड प्रोसीजर, फ्रॉड पॉलिसी, कोड ऑफ कंडक्ट, विसल ब्लोअर पॉलिसी क्या है, और उनका कंप्लीट नॉलेज। और ये तभी होगा जब कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग होगी, जब आप उनको इन्फॉर्म करेंगे, जब आप उनकी ट्रेनिंग्स करेंगे, जब आप उनको रेगुलरली उससे रिलेटेड अपडेट करेंगे। एंड देन दे शुड नो कि उनको जो सस्पिशियस ट्रांजैक्शंस हैं वो कहाँ रिपोर्ट करनी है, उसका मैकेनिज्म क्या है, उसमें कोई रिटेलिएशन पॉलिसी है नहीं है। उनको ये ना हो कि वो सारी चीजें उन्हीं पे बैकफायर कर जाए। तो ये सारी चीजों को इनकॉर्पोरेट करना समहाउ जरूरी है। अच्छा, यहाँ एक बहस प्रैक्टिकली बहुत सारे एरियाज में होती है, जस्ट टू ऐड, कि जो फ्रॉड पॉलिसी है, इदारे की जो फ्रॉड पॉलिसी है वो कहीं आप कह लें पब्लिश होनी चाहिए। जहां मिशन स्टेटमेंट लगी है, जहां विजन की बात हो रही है, तो वहां क्या फ्रॉड पॉलिसी भी जो है वो एक्सटर्नल पार्टीज को पता होनी चाहिए, डिस्प्लेड होनी चाहिए फॉर द डेटरेंस। तो बहुत सारे लोग आंसर देते हैं कि नहीं, इसकी कोई जरूरत नहीं है, हमें अपनी फ्रॉड पॉलिसी बताने की जरूरत ही नहीं है कि वो जीरो टॉलरेंस है, या व्हाट इज ऑर्गेनाइजेशन और मैनेजमेंट और बोर्ड व्यूज अबाउट fraud or fraudulent transaction. So we need to have create a deterrence somehow, जो कि आगे प्रिवेंशन में कहीं ना कहीं डिस्कशन में आएगा। इंटरनल ऑडिटर आ गया, आपको पता है हमारा वन ऑफ आवर फेवरेट एरिया इंटरनल ऑडिटर। तो इंटरनल ऑडिटर ने जो है वो ऑब्जेक्टिव अश्योरेंस देनी है इस पूरे प्रोसेस पर, और उसने बताना है कि कंट्रोल जो है वो इफेक्टिवली काम कर रहे हैं। They may review the comprehensiveness and adequacy of risk identified by the management, should consider the organization assessment of fraud risk. अच्छा, इसके अंदर जो हमारे इंटरनल ऑडिटिंग के स्टैंडर्ड्स हैं, से फॉर इंस्टेंस इफ ऑर्गेनाइजेशन जो है वो उसकी कैपेसिटी नहीं है, वहाँ की मैनेजमेंट की कैपेसिटी नहीं है कि वो रिस्क मैनेजमेंट डेवलप कर सके या फ्रॉड रिस्क मैनेजमेंट को, सो समहाउ ऑडिटर कैन फैसिलिटेट द मैनेजमेंट। और वो जो एक लाइन है कंसल्टिंग से क्रॉस करके मैनेजमेंट शूज में जाने की, लेकिन उसमें डेफिनेटली आफ्टरवर्ड्स यू माइट नॉट बी एबल to give an objective assurance on that particular system which you have developed yourself. But somehow the role of internal auditor is still checking objectively about the operating effectiveness of the total fraud risk management system. Okay, so principle 1 जो था, आई थिंक वो हमें क्लियर हो गया। प्रिंसिपल 1 रोल्स और रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज की बात कर रहा है, गवर्नेंस स्ट्रक्चर की बात कर रहा है, वो एक कंट्रोल इन्वायरमेंट बिल्ड करने की बात कर रहा है, और वो कह रहा है कि सब लोगों के रोल्स डिफाइंड होने चाहिए, रिटन होने चाहिए, और वो उनको पता होने चाहिए। प्रिंसिपल नंबर 2 जो है वो फ्रॉड रिस्क एक्सपोजर्स हैं और उसकी असेसमेंट्स हैं। तो इसके अंदर मैं आप सबकी मेमोरीज को थोड़ा रिफ्रेश करूंगा। बेसिकली रिस्क मैनेजमेंट में आप सबसे पहले कॉन्टेक्स्ट डेवलप करते हैं, फिर आप उससे रिलेटेड रिस्क आइडेंटिफाई करते हैं, फिर उसकी क्वांटिफिकेशन करते हैं, फिर क्वांटिफिकेशन के जिसको इनहेरेंट रिस्क स्कोरिंग कहते हैं, और क्वांटिफिकेशन के बाद फिर आप देखते हैं कि आपकी क्या स्ट्रेटजी है उससे रिलेटेड। लाइक आप उसको मिटिगेट करना चाहते हैं, आप उसको अवॉइड करना चाहते हैं, आप उसको एक्सेप्ट करना चाहते हैं, आप उसको ट्रांसफर करना चाहते हैं, आप उसको एक्सप्लॉइट करना चाहते हैं। सो आई होप यू अंडरस्टैंड कि ये बिल्कुल वैसी है रिस्क असेसमेंट जैसे हम जर्नली रिस्क असेसमेंट्स करते हैं, जिसमें रिस्क रजिस्टर इज वन ऑफ योर मेन डॉक्यूमेंट जिसके अंदर सारे रिस्क आइडेंटिफाइड हैं। यहाँ सिर्फ फर्क ये है कि आपने रिस्क को करप्शन, एसेट मिसअप्रोप्रिएशन और फ्रॉडलेंट फाइनेंशियल रिपोर्टिंग के पर्सपेक्टिव से देखना है। फ्रॉड स्कीम्स का जिक्र जिशान ने शुरू में किया, उसमें बहुत सारी स्कीम्स हैं, पॉन्जी स्कीम्स हैं, शेल कंपनीज हैं, कैश स्किमिंग है, कैश लार्सनी है, फिर फाइनेंशियल स्टेटमेंट्स फ्रॉड्स हैं। सो आई थिंक इट्स अ कंप्लीट वर्ल्ड। बाय द वे ये कंप्लीट दुनिया है। मैंने मेरा पहला इंटरेक्शन इस दुनिया के साथ 2008 में हुआ, और उसमें मुझे लगता था बीइंग अ चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट मुझे बहुत सारी चीजें पता है, but believe me, every day you learn something new. It's a complete subject, and this is one of the consulting area which we should consider, and we should motivate our clients to implement this program in their organization. अच्छा, फ्रॉड रिस्क एक्सपोजर को क्विकली अगर मैं देख लूं तो डेफिनेटली रिस्क आइडेंटिफाई करने के लिए आपको टीम बनाएंगे। अब टीम की जो कंपोजिशन है उसमें आप डिफरेंट सेक्टर से लोग लेंगे, मे बी आप इसमें इंटरनल ऑडिट भी ले लें, आप सप्लाई चेन से एक बंदा ले लें, ऑपरेशन का एक बंदा ले लें, प्रिक्योरमेंट से। सम हाउ यू नीड टू सेलेक्ट द टीम। अब टीम जो है वो फोकस ग्रुप डिस्कशंस करेगी, वर्कशॉप्स कंडक्ट करेगी और रिस्क को आइडेंटिफाई करेगी। ये ओवरनाइट नहीं होगा। ऐसा नहीं है कि आप फ्रॉड्स को घंटे में आइडेंटिफाई कर लेंगे, उसके रिस्क, उनकी क्वांटिफिकेशन भी कर लेंगे, उनकी लाइकलीहुड भी देख लेंगे, उनकी इम्पैक्ट भी देख लेंगे। सो इट्स अ कंप्लीट एक्सरसाइज जिसके लिए यू नीड टू हैव फोकस ग्रुप डिस्कशंस समहाउ, और फिर आप एक असेसमेंट पर पहुंचेंगे। असेसमेंट जो है डेफिनेटली उसमें लाइक्लीहुड, इम्पैक्ट और हीट मैप्स और ये सारी चीजें बड़ी कॉमन सी हैं, मैं इस पर बहुत ज्यादा टाइम नहीं लूंगा आपका। सो वंस हम उसकी लाइक्लीहुड, उसकी सिग्निफिकेंट इम्पैक्ट, उसकी क्वांटिफिकेशन देख लेंगे, तो फिर हमें ये देखना है कि अब उसको रिस्पॉन्ड कैसे करना है। यहाँ एक चीज बड़ी इंपॉर्टेंट है, दैट इज रिस्पॉन्सेस टू रेजिडुअल फ्रॉड रिस्क। सो एक एरिया जो ऑडिटर जर्नली, जिस पर ऑडिटर और मैनेजमेंट में अक्सर बहस रहती है कि वो जो रेजिडुअल रिस्क है दैट शुड बी विद इन द रिस्क एपेटाइट ऑफ द ऑर्गेनाइजेशन। तो रेजिडुअल रिस्क को भी विद इन द रिस्क एपेटाइट होना जरूरी है। तो प्रिंसिपल नंबर 2 इज वेरी कॉमन, हम सब ये काम करते आ रहे हैं। फर्क सिर्फ ये है कि यहाँ जो हमारे रिस्क हैं वो फ्रॉड रिलेटेड है, और उसकी क्लासिफिकेशन जो है वो हमने उस हिसाब से कर लेनी है। इसकी फर्दर तफसीलात जो हैं वो यहाँ दी हुई हैं, जैसे टीम में किस किस को होना चाहिए, उसमें आप अकाउंटिंग और फाइनेंस के लोग ले लें, उसमें आप रिस्क मैनेजमेंट के लोग लें, लीगल और कंप्लाइंस के लोग लें, इंटरनल ऑडिट के लोग लें। तो समहाउ आप एक अच्छी हाई पावर्ड टीम बनाएं जो कि इंटरनल और एक्सटर्नल इंफॉर्मेशन को यूज करके उसकी आइडेंटिफिकेशंस करे, और जो हम इनिशियली रिस्क आइडेंटिफाई करते हैं या रिस्क की subsequent quantification करते हैं, so that quantification is called inherent risk scoring. जो लोग इंटरनल ऑडिट और इन सारी चीजों को देख रहे हैं या रिस्क बेस्ड ऑडिटिंग को देखते हैं, तो नॉर्मली हम जब किसी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में रिस्क बेस्ड इंटरनल ऑडिट करने जाते हैं तो हम उनसे उनका रिस्क रजिस्टर मांगते हैं कि आप अपना रिस्क रजिस्टर दें, और फिर हम देखते हैं कि उस रिस्क रजिस्टर की स्कोरिंग क्या है। आर सिलेक्शन of items are based on inherent risk scoring. So जिन areas का inherent risk score जो कि controls लगाने से पहले ज्यादा है उसको हम पिक करते हैं और फिर उस पर हम अपने प्रोसीजर्स अप्लाई करते हैं। सो मोर और लेस जो इंटरनल ऑडिट में चीजें हैं और जो फ्रॉड रिस्क में, इसमें बहुत सारी चीजें आप देखेंगे जिसमें सिनर्जी है और मोर और लेस कॉन्सेप्ट्स ओवरलैप हो रहे हैं। इसके बाद मैंने जिस तरह कहा कि कुछ एक्सटर्नल फैक्टर्स हैं, कुछ इंटरनल एक्सटर्नल जो एरियाज जो आपने कंसिडर करने हैं, फ्रॉड ट्रायंगल और डायमंड, इन पे हम बात कर चुके हैं। एक टिपिकल फ्रॉड इन्वेस्टिगेशन में हमारे एक पे ट्रायंगल फिट करके देखते हैं कि भाई क्या इस पे कोई प्रेशर्स थे, क्या इसको कोई अपॉर्चुनिटीज हैं, और रैशनलाइजेशन और कैपेबिलिटीज। पाकिस्तानी एनवायरनमेंट में कैपेबिलिटी वाला पोर्शन सबसे ज्यादा डोमिनेंट होता है, क्योंकि जो ज्यादातर फ्रॉस्टर्स हैं दे बिलीव दे आर कैपेबल, कि एक तो वो पकड़े नहीं जाएंगे और अगर पकड़े गए तो वो पूरा प्रोसेस जो है उसको मैनेज कर लेंगे। सो आपने फ्रॉड इन आइडेंटिफिकेशन में ट्रायंगल को अप्लाई करके देखना है। फिर आपने देखना है कि ओवरराइडिंग ऑफ कंट्रोल्स जो हैं, जर्नली मैनेजमेंट ओवरराइडिंग ऑफ कंट्रोल्स हम नॉर्मल सर्कमस्टांसेस में उसको फ्रॉड कंसिडर नहीं करते, बट अकॉर्डिंग टू ACFE इट इज वन ऑफ द मेजर फ्रॉड कि आप मैनेजमेंट ओवरराइड कर रही है, प्रोसेस फॉलो नहीं कर रही। पॉपुलेशन ऑफ फ्रॉड रिस्क ऑलरेडी फ्रॉड रजिस्टर में या रिस्क रजिस्टर में है, फाइनेंशियल फ्रॉडुलेंट फाइनेंशियल रिपोर्टिंग है जिसमें बहुत सारी स्कीम्स हैं जो अकाउंटेंट्स यूज करते हैं, उसमें चैनल स्टफिंग है, उसमें प्रोविजंस डाल लेना है, उसमें ऑफ बैलेंस शीट आइटम्स हैं, उसमें इट ऑल डिपेंड्स कि आपका मोटिव क्या है। सो दिस इज हाउ यू कैन आइडेंटिफाई फ्रॉड रिस्क्स अकॉर्डिंग टू द कैटेगरीज। इसमें रेगुलेटरी बॉडीज हैं, एक्सटर्नल इंफॉर्मेशन आपको बहुत सारी मिल जाती है लिस्टेड कंपनी के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से, प्रोफेशनल ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस हैं, रिसर्च ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस हैं, सो वहां से आपको बहुत सारे इनसाइट्स मिल जाती हैं फॉर द आइडेंटिफिकेशन ऑफ फ्रॉड। इंटरनल इंफॉर्मेशन में आप इंटरव्यूज कंडक्ट कर सकते हैं, आप विसल ब्लोअर कंप्लेंट्स को देख सकते हैं, आप एनालिटिकली डाटा को एनालाइज कर सकते हैं। इस पर शुरू में भी बहुत बात हुई कि आप डाटा को कैसे यूज कर सकते हैं फॉर आइडेंटिफिकेशन ऑफ सर्टेन रिस्क्स, डिफरेंट क्यूरीज रन कर सकते हैं, आप सिंपल रिलेशनिंग कर सकते हैं, कॉम्प्लेक्स कर सकते हैं। सो अब तो टूल्स हैं इतने पावरफुल हैं कि यू कैन रिलेट डाटा फ्रॉम डिफरेंट एस्पेक्ट। सो और सेग्रीगेशन ऑफ ड्यूटीज तो एक बड़ी कॉमन सी चीज है कि अगर सेग्रीगेशन नहीं है तो आपका सस्पिशन या आपका जो लेवल ऑफ स्केप्टिसिज्म है वो वैसे ही काफी बढ़ जाना चाहिए कि यहाँ फ्रॉड के चांसेस होंगे। अच्छा, इसके बाद उसकी असेसमेंट है, मैं उसमें नहीं जाऊंगा, वो क्वांटिटेटिवली भी हो सकती है, क्वालिटेटिवली भी हो सकती है। तो आप कहते हैं 1 2 3 4 5 ये क्वांटिटेटिव क्वांटिफिकेशन है रिस्क की, और आप कहते हैं जी हाई मीडियम और लो, तो ये क्वालिटेटिव क्वांटिफिकेशन है। सो आप दोनों मिक्स करके भी यूज कर सकते हैं, और आप उसको लेकिन आपको ये पता होना चाहिए व्हाट इज मेंट बाय वन क्या है, टू क्या है, आपने उसको भी एक्सप्लेन करना है। सो आपने उसकी लाइकलीहुड को देखने के लिए उसकी प्रीवियस पास्ट हिस्ट्री देख लेनी है कि वो कितना फ्रीक्वेंट था। आपने देखना है कि इंडस्ट्री क्या है, कई इंडस्ट्री इनहेरेंटली दे आर कॉम्प्लेक्स, उसमें बहुत सारी ट्रांजैक्शंस हैं और उसमें चांसेस ऑफ फ्रॉड ज्यादा हैं, कितने लोग इन्वॉल्व हैं, और फिर आप उसकी जो लाइकलीहुड की असेसमेंट है वो करेंगे। मैं दोबारा रीइंफोर्स करूं कि ये वो जो टीम हमने बनाई है अभी, उस टीम ने ही ये रिस्क्स को आइडेंटिफाई किया है, फिर उन्होंने इसकी क्वांटिफिकेशन के लिए इसका लाइकलीहुड और इम्पैक्ट देखने की कोशिश की है। फिर आप सिग्निफिकेंस देखेंगे, फाइनेंशियल नॉन फाइनेंशियल फैक्टर्स, रेपुटेशन। आई थिंक जिशान ने भी चीज ऐड की, थोड़ी प्रीमेच्योर है, लेकिन बहुत सारी फ्रॉड इन्वेस्टिगेशंस जो हैं वो अगर हों भी तो अंडर द कारपेट चली जाती हैं ड्यू टू रेपुटेशनल इश्यूज, उस पर आगे काम ही नहीं होता, और हम भी थोड़े फ्रस्ट्रेट हो जाते हैं कि इसमें आगे काम क्यों नहीं हो रहा। लेकिन बहुत सारे लोगों को सिर्फ बुला के उनसे एक रेजिग्नेशन ले लिया जाता है। सो और जो ACFE की रिपोर्ट्स हैं, रेस्ट अश्योर के वो सिर्फ रिकॉर्डेड फ्रॉड्स हैं, और आई थिंक के अकॉर्डिंग टू वाइल्ड गैस उससे 2 से 3 गुना वो फ्रॉड्स हैं जो आइडेंटिफाई नहीं हुए, जो रिपोर्ट ही नहीं हुए उन डिफरेंट रिपोर्ट्स में। सो इसकी असेसमेंट है जी, आप फाइनेंशियल एस्पेक्ट देख लेंगे, उसकी रेपुटेशनल एस्पेक्ट देख लेंगे, ब्रांड वैल्यू पे उसकी जो कंसिडरेशंस हैं उसको देख लेंगे, और फिर उसकी लीगल साइड देखकर आप उसकी एक क्वांटिफिकेशन कर लेंगे। सो द क्वांटिफिकेशन इज अ कॉम्बिनेशन ऑफ लाइकलीहुड एंड इम्पैक्ट, और उसके बाद आप उसके कंट्रोल्स देख लेंगे, आपका रिस्क टॉलरेंस लेवल क्या है, आपके रिस्क एपिटाइट क्या है। रिस्क एपिटाइट एक अलग सब्जेक्ट है, वो बहुत सारे फैक्टर से मिलके बनता है, एज, पास एक्सपीरियंस, क्वालिफिकेशन, मैनेजमेंट कैसी है। सो आई थिंक जो 30s में CEOs हैं उनका रिस्क एपिटाइट फर्क है, जो 60s में है उनका डिफरेंट है, बट अगेन रिस्क एपिटाइट इज एन अदर टॉपिक। तो ये हमारा प्रिंसिपल नंबर 2 जो था, आई होप के क्विकली मैंने इसको कवर करने की कोशिश की है। प्रिंसिपल 1 इज ऑल अबाउट रोल्स एंड रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज दैट शुड बी इन प्लेस, नहीं है तो उसको प्लेस कराएं। प्रिंसिपल नंबर 2, एक वाइब्रेंट, लाइव, कॉन्करेंट रिस्क असेसमेंट प्रोसेस होना चाहिए, उसकी आइडेंटिफिकेशन, उसकी क्वांटिफिकेशन, उसके कंट्रोल्स और उसका रेजिडुअल रिस्क। तीसरा जो प्रिंसिपल है वो प्रिवेंशन और डिटेक्शन से रिलेट कर रहा है। अब ये तो हमने छोटे होते से ही पढ़ा था कि प्रिवेंशन इज बेटर देन क्योर। सो प्रिवेंटिव मेजर्स ज्यादा कॉस्टली तो होंगे, लेकिन डेफिनेटली उससे डैमेज कम होगा। सो तीसरा प्रिंसिपल जो ये फ्रॉड रिस्क मैनेजमेंट प्रोग्राम है, इसने सजेस्ट किया है कि वी शुड हैव प्रिवेंटिव टेक्निक्स एंड वी शुड हैव डिटेक्टिव टेक्निक्स। मैं इसको जरा क्विकली गो थ्रू करता हूँ। प्रिवेंटिव नाम से जाहिर है कि आपने कुछ प्रिवेंशंस लेनी है, कुछ अथॉरिटी लिमिट्स आप डिफाइन करेंगे, आप कोई ऑथराइजेशन प्रोसेस लेकर आएंगे, कोई ट्रांजैक्शन लेवल प्रोसीजर्स होंगे। तो यू नीड टू हैव प्रिवेंटिव कंट्रोल्स, और कंट्रोल्स जो है उसकी क्लासिफिकेशन वही वो प्रिवेंटिव, डिटेक्टिव, करेक्टिव, डायरेक्टिव और टाइम बेस्ड, वो हम बचपन से उसको पढ़ते आ रहे हैं। सो जो फ्रॉड प्रिवेंटिव कंट्रोल्स हैं उसमें एचआर के प्रोसीजर्स हैं, बहुत सारी हायरिंग्स के वक्त आप चीजों को देख रहे होते हैं, बैकग्राउंड चेक्स कर रहे होते हैं, रेफरेंसेस ले रहे होते हैं, वहां से हमें बहुत सारी चीजें पता चलती हैं। और फिर आपकी ऑथराइजेशंस हैं, जैसे प्रोक्योरमेंट में इतनी अमाउंट को कौन खरीद सकता है, इससे ज्यादा की अमाउंट कैसे खरीदेंगे। सो समहाउ जो आपकी अथॉरिटी लिमिट्स हैं वो भी डिफाइन आप कर सकते हैं। फिर आपने इस पूरे प्रोसेस को, जो आपकी फ्रॉड प्रिवेंशन टेक्निक्स हैं, यू नीड टू डॉक्यूमेंट। सो बेसिकली ये जो प्रोग्राम है कॉसो का और एसीएफई का, ये कह रहा है कि आप फ्रॉड प्रिवेंटिव कंट्रोल्स लगाएं, फ्रॉड प्रिवेंटिव कंट्रोल्स को डॉक्यूमेंट करें और इनको असेस करें। सो जनरली हम यहाँ जब ट्रेनिंग्स में जाते हैं या इदारे में हमें कोई असाइनमेंट मिलती है, तो फ्रॉड प्रिवेंशन का एक स्कोर कार्ड है, आप गूगल करें आपको मिल जाएगा, नहीं तो मैं भी शेयर कर सकता हूँ। उसमें देयर आर न्यूमरस क्वेश्चंस। सो इट्स अ चेकलिस्ट। उस चेकलिस्ट को इदारा फिल करता है तो उसको पता चल जाता है कि इस वक्त उनकी करंट फ्रॉड प्रिवेंशन की हेल्थ क्या है। सो फ्रॉम देयर यू कैन आइडेंटिफाई कि किन एरियाज को इम्प्रूव करने की जरूरत है। तो अगर आपको एज अ कंसल्टेंट कोई अप्रोच करता है कि जी आप देखें, so what you can do, you can apply that scorecard to evaluate that either fraud prevention is going fine or not, and then you have to assess, और फिर continuous monitoring है। It's a living thing. Now risk management is something living, it's not dead. ऐसा नहीं है कि आपने जनवरी में अपना रिस्क रजिस्टर बनाया तो वो पूरे साल जो है वो रेलेवेंट रहेगा। You need to upgrade it on a regular basis because चेंजेस बहुत ज्यादा है। साइबर सिक्योरिटी वाली साइड पर बहुत सारी इंटरवेंशंस हैं, रिस्क्स डेली बेसिस पे चेंज हो रहे हैं, नए नए चैलेंजेस हैं ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस को, इकोनॉमिक कंडीशन इटसेल्फ एक चैलेंज है। सो आई थिंक कि जो फ्रॉड प्रिवेंशन है उसकी 4 कंपोनेंट्स आपको समझ आए होंगे, जिसमें आपने प्रिवेंटिव कंट्रोल्स लगाने हैं, उनकी डॉक्यूमेंटेशन करनी है, उनकी असेसमेंट, उनको असेस करना है थ्रू डिफरेंट फ्रॉड प्रिवेंशन स्कोर कार्ड्स, एंड देन यू हैव टू कंटिन्यूअसली मॉनिटर फॉर अपडेशंस। अच्छा, ये जो चीज मैं कह रहा था कि ये प्रोग्राम में ये सजेस्टेड है कि आपकी जो प्रिवेंटिव पार्ट है उसको थोड़ा एडवर्टाइज करें, कोई पोस्टर्स लगा दें, कोई फ्लायर्स बना दें, आप अपनी फ्रॉड पॉलिसी के बारे में बताएं, ताकि एक डेटरेंस क्रिएट हो। इमेजिन करें कि आज आपकी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में 10 नए लोगों ने ज्वाइन किया और आपने उनको इदारे के कोड ऑफ कंडक्ट के बारे में बताया, आपने उनकी अपनी इन्वायरमेंट के बारे में बताया, पॉलिसी और प्रोसीजर्स, प्रोडक्ट्स, बहुत सारी चीजें बताई, और वहीं आपने उनको अपनी फ्रॉड पॉलिसी के बारे में भी बताया, और आपने एक जुमला बोला कि वी हैव अ जीरो टॉलरेंस पॉलिसी एंड वी इन्वेस्टिगेट ईच एंड एवरी एलिगेशन and we will be taking actions as well. So I think एक deterrence आपने शुरू से ही, but again it require a lot of courage कि आप इस टॉपिक को इस्तेमाल कर सके। ज्यादातर इदारों में इंटरनल कंट्रोल्स पे बात होती है, लेकिन जब फ्रॉड से रिलेटेड कोई जुमला आए तो लोग बड़ा ही अफेंडेड फील करते हैं। दिस इज आई हैव विटनेस इन मैनी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन। सो फ्रॉड प्रिवेंशन में आपने एक्टिविटीज और टेक्निक्स की जो है वो एडिक्वेसी को देखना है, एडिक्वेट होने चाहिए, प्रोएक्टिव होने चाहिए, और उसकी कंटिन्यूस कम्युनिकेशन है, पोस्टर्स हैं, फ्लायर्स हैं, एक्सटर्नल और इंटरनल कम्युनिकेशन है। और जो आपके कंट्रोल्स हैं एचआर में क्या है जी, आप बैकग्राउंड इन्वेस्टिगेशंस करें, एंटी फ्रॉड ट्रेनिंग कराएं, एग्जिट इंटरव्यू कंडक्ट करें। अगर आपका एम्प्लॉय टर्नओवर बहुत हाई है, सो इट्स वन ऑफ अ बिगेस्ट रेड फ्लैग दैट पीपल कम, दे लीव योर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, दैट मीन्स देयर इज समथिंग गोइंग ऑन। उनकी परफॉर्मेंस कंपनसेशन प्रोग्राम्स अगर अप्रोप्रिएट होंगे तो वो फिर अपना इंक्रीमेंट खुद नहीं लगा लेंगे, वो अपने आप को खुद बोनस नहीं देंगे, बल्कि इदारा उनको वो चीजें दे रहा होगा। इसके बाद जो आपके अथॉरिटी लिमिट्स हैं, आई थिंक यूजलेस टू डिस्कस। हमें पता है इसमें हमें अथॉरिटी लिमिट्स डिफाइन करनी है, हमें ट्रांजैक्शन लेवल कंट्रोल्स बनाने हैं, हमें ऑथराइजेशन का प्रोसेस लेकर आना है। फिर डॉक्यूमेंटेशन की बात आ गई, और फिर हमने इसको असेस करना है। और असेसमेंट के लिए जिस तरह यहाँ मेंशन है कि यू नीड टू हैव अ फ्रॉड प्रिवेंशन स्कोर कार्ड, हमारे पास एक स्कोर कार्ड हो, उसको हम फिल करें। और हमारा ऑब्जेक्टिव, उसमें 3 कलर्स हैं, रेड, येलो एंड ग्रीन, या ऑरेंज और ग्रीन। सो आवर ऑब्जेक्टिव इज टू हैव ऑल ग्रीन। इफ आई हैव कंडक्टेड से फॉर इंस्टेंस 30 वर्कशॉप्स, तो उसमें ऑल ग्रीन स्टेटस किसी का भी कभी नहीं आया। सो डेफिनेटली यू नीड टू वर्क ऑन इट, इट्स अ कॉन्टिन्यूअस प्रोसेस। तीसरा जो एरिया में डिटेक्शन की बात हो रही है, अब आप देखें डिटेक्शन जो है वो ज्यादा, जैसे हम रिकंसिलेशंस बनाते हैं, जैसे हम कैश की रिकंसिलेशंस हैं, इन्वेंट्री की रिकंसिलेशंस हैं। सो डिटेक्टिव कंट्रोल्स में फिर हम इन चीजों को देखेंगे, बिल्कुल वैसे ही जैसे प्रिवेंशन था, उसमें 4 चीजें थी, यहाँ भी वी नीड टू हैव फ्रॉड डिटेक्टिव कंट्रोल्स। उसमें विसल ब्लोअर हॉटलाइन है, आई थिंक जिशान ने इस पर बात की कि हॉटलाइन, अब हॉटलाइन क्या होगी, मल्टी लिंग्विस्टिक होगी, 24/7 होगी, उसमें टेलीफोन होगा, ईमेल होगी, डिपेंड्स ऑन द ऑर्गेनाइजेशन। और फिर आप उस, लेकिन वो इफेक्टिव होनी चाहिए, उसमें रिटेलिएशन पॉलिसी होनी चाहिए। और फिर आपके प्रोसेस कंट्रोल्स हैं, और फिर प्रोएक्टिव फ्रॉड डिटेक्शन प्रोसीजर्स हैं। उसमें मैंने आपको बताया रिकंसिलेशंस हैं, आप रिलेशनशिप्स रन करते हैं, आप डाटा माइनिंग यूज करते हैं, डाटा रिलेशनिंग यूज करते हैं। सो समहाउ ये टेक्निक्स यूज करके, सो यू कैन हैव अ गुड फ्रॉड डिटेक्शन मैकेनिज्म। यू हैव टू डॉक्यूमेंट इट, अगेन यू हैव टू असेस इट, एंड you need to continuously monitor your fraud detection part as well, क्योंकि it needs regular updations. डिटेक्टिव कंट्रोल्स से होगा क्या, आपकी फ्रॉड रिस्क मैनेजमेंट इनहैंस हो जाएगी। फ्रॉड, आई थिंक प्रिवेंटिव आर मोस्ट टाइम दे आर एक्सपेंसिव, लाइक आई सेड, बट इफ यू इन्वेस्ट ऑन योर प्रिवेंटिव कंट्रोल्स, डेफिनेटली आपको डिटेक्शन वाले पार्ट पे कम पैसे खर्च करने पड़ेंगे। अच्छा, विसल ब्लोअर हॉटलाइन से रिलेटेड है जी, वो इजी होनी चाहिए, प्रॉम्प्ट होनी चाहिए, मल्टी लिंग्विस्टिक होनी चाहिए। अगर आप पाकिस्तान से बाहर हैं, या इवन पाकिस्तान में भी डिफरेंट एरियाज में वो चीज़ की जरूरत पड़ सकती है। जो इंटरव्यूअर है, जिस फर्ज करें एक आपने टेलीफोनिक हॉटलाइन दी हुई है, और वो एक बंदा बड़ी इंपॉर्टेंट इंफॉर्मेशन दे रहा है, तो वो जो इंटरव्यूअर है उसका ट्रेन होना जरूरी है, कॉन्फिडेंशियलिटी ऑफ द कॉलर मेंटेन होना जरूरी है, रिटेलिएशन पॉलिसी डिटरमिन करना जरूरी है, और इसका एक सिंगल केस मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम है। आई थिंक के जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन पार्ट है, शुरू में किसी ने ये सवाल पूछा था कि क्या हम हर लीड पे काम करेंगे। सो एलिगेशन रिसीव करना, उसकी स्क्रूटनाइजेशन करना, उसकी ऑथेंटिसिटी देखना, क्योंकि उसकी एक कॉस्ट है। अगर आप हर एलिगेशन पे इन्वेस्टिगेशन शुरू कर देंगे, और हो सकता है कि वो फॉल्स अलार्म हो, कोई बंदा आपकी तवज्जो किसी और तरफ मबजूल कराना चाहता हो, या मुझे एम्प्लॉय कोई अच्छा नहीं लगता और मैं उसके खिलाफ कोई कंप्लेंट्स कर दूं। सो आई थिंक ये चीज़ें आपको इसका ख्याल रखना है। इसके बाद डिटेक्शन कंट्रोल्स बड़े कॉमन से हैं हमारी लाइफ में, रिकंसिलेशंस हैं, इंडिपेंडेंट रिव्यूज हैं, फिजिकल इंस्पेक्शंस हैं, इन्वेंट्री काउंट्स हैं, डेटा के एनालिसिस हैं, और ऑडिट्स हैं। सो ये डिटेक्टिव मेजर्स मोरलेस हमारी लाइफ का रेगुलर पार्ट हैं। वही हम रिकंसिलेशंस बनाते हैं, हम रिव्यूज करते हैं, हम इंस्पेक्शंस करते हैं डेटा की, इंफॉर्मेशन की, प्लेसेस की, और हम चीज़ों को एनालाइज करते हैं डाटा को, और उसमें से डिफरेंट रिलेशनशिप्स आप निकाल सकते हैं। एंड वन लास्ट थिंग इज यू कैन गो फॉर ऑडिट्स। डिटेक्शन में जिस तरह मैंने कहा, आप डाटा एनालिटिक्स टूल्स यूज कर सकते हैं, आप डाटा माइनिंग को यूज कर सकते हैं, हिडन रिलेशनशिप्स आइडेंटिफाई कर सकते हैं, सस्पिशियस ट्रांजैक्शंस देख सकते हैं। सो समहाउ as mentioned in the early keynote speaker ने भी ये सजेस्ट किया कि जो डाटा एनालिटिक्स हैं, या डाटा रिलेटेड जो डाटा माइनिंग और इसकी जो एक्सपर्टीज हैं, वो डाटा मैनेजमेंट की, डाटा को एनालाइज करने की, वो अब नीड ऑफ द आर एन। ओके, सो इसके बाद इसकी असेसमेंट है, और उसमें वही ऑल ग्रीन स्टेटस आपने लेना है। इसमें फ्रॉड डिटेक्शन स्कोर कार्ड्स भी हैं, जैसे प्रिवेंशन के स्कोर कार्ड्स हैं वैसे डिटेक्शन के स्कोर कार्ड्स भी हैं। एंड बाय फिलिंग दो स्कोर कार्ड्स यू कैन हैव एन फेयर आइडिया कि हमारा डिटेक्शन प्रोसेस कितना इफेक्टिव है, और उसमें बहुत सारे जनरलाइज हैं, उसको आप कस्टमाइज भी कर सकते हैं बेस्ड ऑन योर इंडस्ट्री, और फिर इसकी कंटिन्यूअस मॉनिटरिंग है। सो आई होप के पहले 3 प्रिंसिपल्स, फ्रॉड और टेक्नोलॉजी पे अभी खैर इतनी बात नहीं हो सकेगी। सो पहले 3 प्रिंसिपल्स मैं थोड़ा रिकैप दे देता हूँ। हमने रोल्स और रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज की बात की। सेकंड प्रिंसिपल इज ऑल अबाउट रिस्क असेसमेंट, विच इज द जेनेरिक रिस्क असेसमेंट प्रोसेस, बट आवर फोकस शुड बी ऑन fraud risk management, identification, उसकी quantification, उसके against measures, residual risk, and the third principle is about creating a preventive part and creating a detection part. प्रिंसिपल नंबर 4 पे मैं ज्यादा बात करूंगा ही नहीं, क्योंकि इसमें ऑलरेडी बहुत ज्यादा बात हो चुकी है, दैट इज फ्रॉड इन्वेस्टिगेशन एंड करेक्टिव एक्शंस। लेकिन इसके जो डोमेन्स हैं, जिस तरह मैंने बताया, फ्रॉड आप एलिगेशन रिसीव करते हैं, उसकी एलिगेशन को इवेल्युएट करते हैं, उसकी ऑथेंटिसिटी, उसका सोर्स, डॉक्यूमेंट्स कौन कौन से आए हैं, फोटो कॉपीड है, ओरिजिनल है, एनोनिमस है, कोई बंदा बता रहा है, नहीं बता रहा। सो देयर आर सर्टेन प्रोटोकॉल्स यू नीड टू फॉलो टू इवेल्युएट, और ये सारा कंप्यूटर बेस्ड केस मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम्स अब अवेलेबल हैं, जिसमें ये सारा चीज सिस्टम आपको फैसिलिटेट करता है। देन यू हैव टू कंडक्ट द इन्वेस्टिगेशन, एंड आफ्टर इन्वेस्टिगेशन यू नीड टू रिपोर्ट। इस पर ऑलरेडी बात हो चुकी है, मैं इस पार्ट को थोड़ा स्किप कर लेता हूं। जो 5वां प्रिंसिपल है इसका, दैट इज अबाउट मॉनिटरिंग। मॉनिटरिंग अगर आप देखें तो इंटरनल कॉसो का जो इंटरनल कंट्रोल फ्रेमवर्क है, उसका भी एक मेजर कंपोनेंट है। सो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन शुड सेलेक्ट, डेवलप एंड परफॉर्म ऑनगोइंग इवैल्यूएशंस, जिसमें कि ये जो 5 प्रिंसिपल्स हैं फ्रॉड रिस्क मैनेजमेंट के, वो प्रेजेंट हैं, दे आर फंक्शनिंग प्रॉपरली, उसमें कोई डेफिशिएंसीज तो नहीं है, और उसमें जो रूल्स और रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज हैं वो डिफाइंड हैं, और क्या सब लोग अपना अपना रोल ठीक तरीके से अदा कर रहे हैं या नहीं। इसमें कुछ ऑनगोइंग इवैल्यूएशंस हैं, इंटरनल है, कुछ आप पीरियोडिक इवैल्यूएशंस भी करा सकते हैं, इसमें इंटरनल भी हो सकती हैं, और आप इसमें एक्सटर्नल लोगों को भी डाल सकते हैं। सो आई थिंक आई ट्राई टू क्विकली गो थ्रू दिस फ्रॉड रिस्क मैनेजमेंट प्रोग्राम। इस फ्रॉड रिस्क मैनेजमेंट प्रोग्राम के जो 5 कंपोनेंट्स हैं, उसके बारे में मैंने आपसे शेयर किया, और आई होप कि आप लोगों को इसमें इंटरेस्ट डेवलप हुआ होगा, और आप इसमें फर्दर आगे चीज़ों को पढ़ने की कोशिश करेंगे। ये जो डॉक्यूमेंट है ये अवेलेबल है, जो कॉसो और ACFE का फ्रॉड रिस्क मैनेजमेंट गाइड है। इसके अंदर उन्होंने इस दफ़ा एक पूरी फोटो दी है, जिसके अंदर उसने इंटीग्रेट करके दिया है कि जो इसके 5 प्रिंसिपल्स हैं और जो कॉसो के 5 प्रिंसिपल्स हैं, या कंपोनेंट्स कह लें, प्रिंसिपल्स तो 17 है, तो वो कैसे इंटीग्रेट जो हैं वो हो रहे हैं। सो एट द एंड हमने एक शॉर्ट क्विज रखा हुआ है। सो जस्ट गिव मी अ मिनट, मैं उसको जरा सेटअप करता हूँ, और आई होप के असद जो है वो विनर को कोई ऑडी वगैरह गिफ्ट करेंगे। ई-ट्रॉन, ऑडी ई-ट्रॉन विल बी गिफ्टेड टू द विनर, and hopefully I will not be participating in this competition. So just give me a second to set up the
Sir, are you done with your presentation?
GMS, I'm done. You guys can see my screen right now.
Yes.
So please go to slido.com and please ये जो या स्कैन कर लें कोड, या सॉरी ये कोड डाल लें या इसको स्कैन कर लें प्लीज। So everyone is required to go to slido.com and please join the quiz. The Code is 1007189. Should I start the quiz? तकरीबन 100 लोगों ने ज्वाइन कर लिया. Okay, I think we should wait for another 1 minute and then I will start. Okay, so I hope you guys are seeing the first question right now. Can anyone confirm? So you have 30 seconds to answer every question. So it's a timer is already there. 30 seconds per question. So we are done with the questions, and let's have the results. So Bilal Qureshi is first. So I think we should have a good round of applause for Mr. Bilal Qureshi. And okay. Then Tahir Zia. So I think we have three winners at number one: Bilal Qureshi, Tahir Zia, and Farhan. The only difference is Bilal have responded in the least possible time. And then we have second position goes to Imran Ahmed. And third position go to Muhammad Wajahat Hussain. So congratulations. I hope Asad will be taking care of your gifts. So that's it from my side. Take very good care of yourself. Allah Hafiz.
Thank you so much, Mr. Masood, for the detailed presentation. Dear participants, this had been the great day one of the workshop on dynamics forensic investigations in digital era. This workshop was organized by the SMP Committee of ICAP. I hope this was an informative session for you all. With this, I conclude the first day of our workshop. It had been an incredible day filled with valuable insights and knowledge. We will resume our session tomorrow at 9 a.m. and I kindly request you all to be on time and punctual. See you all tomorrow. Thank you.